Would y'all give him a hand? And Colonel Wilson. I'm sorry, Wilson. All right. And I'm not sure if they're going to share their stories, but I'm heard that those stories are powerful and would be of great benefit to you. So I believe we're going to have a great day today. How about you? So I want to welcome you here. Hopefully you will enjoy this facility. It was built for the entire city of Chicago. It's our goal that when you come to this campus, you feel like you're in one of the top-notch academic centers in the country. And guess what? You are. So we are so thankful to have you here. Look forward to having this great event today. And at this time, I think it is my pleasure to bring to the podium the Chancellor of the City Colleges of Chicago, who is just came from achieving the dream, where all the five of us, there are five of us, our campuses are now members of Achieving the Dream. Now, I know y'all may not know what that means, but it's a really big thing. So y'all just trust me on that. And we thank the Chancellor for that. Want to receive Chancellor Juan Salgado.
President Sanders has another engagement, so he's got to run. But look, I am very delighted to be here with you all today. This is an important endeavor that we are embarking on here together. And, I want to, I want to share my deep appreciation, to everyone who's been involved in putting this together. Today, we're here to announce the Chicago Caregivers course and during this two-day symposium. The symposium will introduce a new approach to supporting caregivers of veterans, police, firefighters, first responder, and trauma victims in the city of Chicago. Our new course offering, which will be available this summer, is designed to give caregivers the tools they need to ensure they can continue their work with those who are doing life-saving work, protecting our communities, and helping others heal from trauma. I want to especially thank Vice Chancellor Darrell Williams. Darrell, could you raise your hand? Darrell, Darrell is deeply passionate about their work, about this work. Came to me, what was it, about a year ago, to say, I want to go in deep. We want to go far. And I said, Darrell, let's go as deep as far as we possibly can. And so we consider this the beginning of our work with you all, okay? And it's a good, strong beginning, but it's a beginning. We're going to build on this. We're available to encourage and share the message with other colleges, universities, with other communities. We want to make sure that we're present and that we're really good partners. And the other person who used to be at City Colleges of Chicago, but is now at the Office of Military Affiliated Communities, he's a director there with the University of Chicago, Terrell Odom. And Terrell has been, where are you at, Terrell? No, he's standing over there. Terrell was one of the first people that I met when I came to City Colleges about 6 years ago, toured Dawson Technical Institute. And when I was touring there, my first day as chancellor, I decided to tour our UMAP program, our program that offers an opportunity for veterans to come into employment with People's Gas. And so we've had, I think, close to 800 graduates of that program over the years. All of them will go on to careers with People's Gas because they get immediate jobs upon completion from the program, union jobs, good paying union jobs with career ladders, and it's only available to veterans. It's the kind of partnership that we want to build upon. And so I visited on my first day, something like 6 years ago, and Terrell, you showed me around, and I'm really grateful that you're still connected to City Colleges of Chicago, and you're connecting us, right, to your passion. And this is certainly one of your passions, and we join with you in that passion. And I want to also thank what I have come to know in the last, few weeks is the inspiration for this work as well. Elizabeth Dole Fellow Teresa Comer. Teresa, can you just stand up so everybody can see you? But I know Terrell and Daryl and the whole team was inspired by you, inspired by your story, and have shared that inspiration with me and our institution. And as I've said to you out in the hallway, and I'll say to you again, we're here to work with you to take this as far as we can collectively take it. So that we're here, to honor the people that have given us the opportunity to live. And so we really appreciate you for being a catalyst for this work. And to the whole Elizabeth Dole Foundation, I know we'll hear from you a little bit later, to the Gary Sinise Foundation, to the University of Chicago Office of the Provost, Office of Military Affiliated Communities, to the University of Chicago Pritzker School of Medicine, the Veterans and Military Affiliate Allies at Pritzker, to the University of Chicago Medicine Trauma Center, the Violence Recovery Program, the Army Military Civilian Trauma Team Training, to the Crown Family School of Social Work, for Social Work Policy and Practice in the Office of Civic Engagement. We're really, deeply grateful to you, but we're mostly also, really want to hold up today the really importance of this work and the people that have really inspired it. And so I too want to share in my congratulations and my heartfelt thanks, but also my commitment to follow up, our commitment to follow up and follow through in this work, our commitment to being a partner to and through, again, to spreading the word. I'd like to make that commitment to Colonel Ken Wilson, to Colonel Greg Gatson. You guys still in the room? There you go. Thank you for, the brief opportunity to share with you all, but know that we're an institution that, again, is deeply committed and will continue to do this work and will continue to spread the word. This course is going to be taught here at Malcolm X College. It's going to have instructors from the University of Chicago and city colleges. It's going to be free, so we encourage people to take advantage of it. Here at city colleges, in addition, to the work that I shared that we do with UMAP, we also have veteran service centers at every one of our colleges to make sure that every one of our veterans that are coming to city colleges have a welcoming place, a place that is their own. We have a veteran services team member that's there to work with any veteran to make sure that the transition is smooth and that they and their families are supported in the process of being a student, but also whatever processes are required throughout life. And so we're there with advising. We have a disability access center on every campus. We have a wellness center on every campus. We have wellness services, that supplement any services that a veteran may have or any student may have. We obviously have, offices that help with financial assistance, career services team. We have a suite of services to make sure that each one of our students is cared for, especially as they should be. And so I wanted you to know that, because this is a special place. Community colleges in general, are an important heartbeat of America. We are located in every nook and cranny of this country, rural and urban and suburban, and we serve all students, and we serve all students very well, okay? Obviously, we have lots of places where we can improve as institutions, but take a look around, as President Davis Sanders said. This is a top-notch institution, one of the best places you can come, not just because we have top-notch curriculum, because we also have top-notch people, we have top-notch care, and we have top-notch connections, okay? And so, again, thank you for having us here today. We're happy to host this now and in the future. And now it's my pleasure, to bring up to you somebody that I have long admired because I've known her for some time. when she was doing work in the community. Before she joined the city, she spent nearly a decade at the American Bar Association, where she served in the office of the president as a senior presidential advisor. Prior to that, she was director and lead counsel to the ABA Commission on Hispanic Legal Rights and Responsibilities. I've known her as just a tremendous human being and a wonderful community leader. She now serves as the commissioner of the Chicago Commission on Human Relations, Nancy Andrade.
Thank you, Chancellor, for such a warm introduction. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Nancy Andrade. I'm the Commissioner for the Commission on Human Relations. That's a big mouthful, right? So we refer to it affectionately as the CCHR. Thank you, Chicago Caregivers Course, for inviting us to participate. I also want to say that I'm very humbled and honored to be in the presence of so many heroes, both here in person and virtually. For those of you who are watching us streamline, welcome, and we hope you walk away with something very valuable from today's conference. So who are we, the CCHR? We enforce the city's anti-discrimination laws. And we have 16 protected classes, one of which is the military veterans class. So in essence, if anyone from the military or veterans community feels that they have experienced any form of discrimination when you're searching for housing or employment, or if there's an accommodation need as well, please reach out to us. We are the folks that you should be turning to. You can file a complaint with us. Our job is to investigate the complaint. And ultimately, our job is to provide you with a remedy for an alleged wrong. And so we're here, we're a free service. We plan on really amplifying our messaging through the city colleges, through the Veterans Resource Center as to what we offer. And we hope you do take advantage of us. Caregiving is not easy, and caregiving comes in many different forms. One thing I learned from being a caregiver to my mom during her almost 11-year cancer journey is that caregivers also need to be cared for. So I'm glad that you're participating in this, because all caregivers need to be uplifted. They need to be empowered. Sometimes they just need a hug, and sometimes people keeping them in their prayers, not just the person that they're caregiving for, but the actual caregivers. So that was the one big takeaway that I learned from my mom's journey and taking care of her for so long. So like I said earlier, I hope you walk away from this conference, this course, feeling a little bit empowered and knowing that people do care. People do realize that you need some resources. And it's okay to have that moment of you break down, because we all do, because we're human, but we're here to also support you and to catch you. So enjoyed today's conference. And it's now my pleasure to introduce Joel Hamernick. He's the Interim Vice President for Civic Engagement at the University of Chicago.
Thank you, and good morning, everyone. I'd like to first just extend gratitude again to service members and those veterans, police, fire, first responders that do what they do to keep our country and our communities safe. I'd also like to give a special thanks and recognition to the caregiver community, who spend so much time filling voids in the lives of those who are impacted directly or indirectly, secondarily, through responding to trauma. Unfortunately, the cost of this care for many of us is very, very high. The heroic work that caregivers do and the trauma victims come at a high cost personally, from a sense of safety, wellness, family, friends, loved ones. I know that depression and frustration and separation, anger, burnout, there's so many different things that is a natural part of that sort of unfolds in the lives of those who provide care. I can tell you that I know this personally, having lived in one of Chicago's most difficult neighborhoods for the past 20 years, dealing with victims of gun violence and other forms of violence, supporting their families, my staff who did that work, and watching that ripple effect happen. I also know it through just traumatic injury of a son for whom I am now a full-time legal guardian, an adult son who's 29 that will be with us for the rest of our lives. And so I know this firsthand and recognize the value and the importance of those that are so close to it. I remember, just as a little anecdote, I remember my son's accident was in Kentucky, and I remember being he was there in the ICU for a month, and I remember, we were there living in a strange city trying to figure out what to do. And I was in this setting in which a young man walked in with the flight jacket from the air rescue team there at Vanderbilt. And I just looked at him and I thought, this man or one of his colleagues saved my son's life. And, there's just a deep personal sense of care and recognizing he too sees things that are very, very difficult on a daily basis. It's just his job. Who would have thought that a helicopter pilot would, be in that circle of those that are affected by it? And yet it was obvious that was the case. The University of Chicago is distinct in that our deep commitment to rigorous inquiry demands multiple and sometimes competing perspectives. The nature of questions being asked, the perspectives being engaged are often a function of diversity of experiences and outlooks for those who are participating. And this leads to rich engagement, deep insight, and transformative learning together. In that regard, and many others, our support for the Chicago and the caregiver communities is not only meant to make us better by representing a unique set of skills and experiences. It's relevant to the core mission of the university. In addition to supporting our university community, we're committed to building an inclusive and engaged relationship with the city of Chicago and to providing holistic and co-curricular support to our faculty and students as they pursue educational goals and research questions for the common good. That's why the university is proud to partner with so many great organizations on the Chicago Caregivers course. Originally starting as the OMAC program to support veterans with services connected to injuries and their families, honoring the hurt and their heroes. OMAC worked with the great partners here today to broaden the scope to be inclusive of all parties impacted by trauma. Trauma has no target audience. It impacts all of us, but especially those who are very proximate to the injury and to the care. From those serving our nation abroad and promoting democracy around the world, for those protecting our loved ones on the streets of Chicago, and everyday citizens who go about their daily lives to grow and shape the future of our great city. This course will enhance the capabilities, knowledge, and support for caregivers. The collaboration between partners crosses the sectors of policy, physical and mental health care, policing, and the military-civilian divide, all of which leads to implementing meaningful and effective policies to better support our caregivers. The University of Chicago would like to thank all of the partners and presenters and caregivers for coming together on this innovative approach to supporting caregivers. We look forward to working with everyone and raising the bar for our cities and other cities who ought to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Joel. Good morning. My name is Steve Schwab. I'm CEO of the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. I am very honored to be in Chicago today, and I want to step us back a little bit and talk about why this morning and why those of you that are here and the many folks who are with us virtually, it's so important that we're doing what we're doing this morning. Before I do that, I'd like to thank the Chancellor and the leaders of City College for the hospitality here, for your commitment. What you said this morning, the step that you've taken as an institution in a community like Chicago is extraordinary. We're standing up a first-time model today. Our organization, the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, started 10 years ago. And on behalf of our founder, Senator Elizabeth Dole, thank you all for being a part of something really incredible. There are 5.5 million Teresas around the country. Senator Elizabeth Dole began this mission, which has turned into a movement 10 years ago, all based on a personal circumstance, a personal reality that she was facing, caring for her veteran husband, Senator Bob Dole, who passed just this last December. And through 45 years of public service, she had no idea the realities of that families were facing inside institutions like Walter Reed and VAs like those in Chicago, where we have incredible VA employees who are working as hard as they can, and military and defense employees as hard as they can to support service members and veterans with lifelong injuries, wounds, and illnesses. But what Senator Dole saw was a big disconnect when they go home, a lack of understanding, a lack of systemic support. Now, this was 10 years ago, and a lot has changed over the last decade. VA has exponentially grown its capacity to support people like Teresa. But Senator Dole was inspired to start a new mission, an organization called the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, where we work to raise awareness and resources across 200 communities like Chicago, where we hope a community will stand up the way that Chicago has, where we have fellows like Teresa in every corner of America, in all 50 states and cities, towns, and counties, large and small, on the ground, encouraging communities to come together in the ways that you have. So this is inspiring for us. This is a model for the work that we do and want to do all across America. And this course and this curriculum, Dr. Williams in the back, we're going to take this all over the country, right? Chancellor, you said you guys are ready to lean in. And this morning is just the beginning of that. I also want to thank our partners at Wounded Warrior Project. Alexis Donaldson is here from Wounded Warrior Project. Raise your hand. Wounded Warrior Project is a tremendous leader and supporter in this space, provided us funding for a program called the Community Navigator Program, which allows us to give grant funding to fellows like Teresa, who work in communities like Chicago and have an idea like this course. And so we were able to invest in that because of the great partnership and work in collaboration with Wounded Warrior Project and the incredible good that comes from partnering and collaborating as we see this morning. But I want to let you all know that, this is the beginning. We see this as the start of something really important and innovative that we want to take to every other one of the communities that we work in across the country. I want to say thank you to our friends and partners at the Gary Sinise Foundation. Colonel Getson, you'll hear from in a moment, doing extraordinary work all over the country, and really important contributors to what we've developed here. And where's Terrell? He's probably running around doing something. But I want to particularly thank someone who I think everybody in Chicago knows, Terrell Owens, who was working at the side of Teresa and Dr. Williams and others in turning this into a reality. We are excited to see where this goes. We're ready to have this conversation today to get more folks engaged in this movement. And I thank you all tremendously for the work that you would do every day. For those caregivers and veterans that are here, I want to let you all know that we have a table outside. The foundation offers a number of direct service programs and support, give cash grants, emergency critical financial assistance to families. We offer backup respite care in partnership with the VA. We have the largest online community of caregivers in the country with 24/7 staff interventions and programs. And those are just a few of the ways that we support this community. So stop at our booth. If you register with us, we'll give you a Starbucks gift card, a little incentive. For those that are online, and I know there are a lot of you, we look forward to connecting with you as a follow-up to this conference. We're going to get this program moving. And I thank you all for being here this morning. I'm going to introduce, let's see here. I didn't follow my script, so I'm going to go to the end here. And I'm going to introduce, I have particularly honored to introduce Colonel Getson, who I don't think needs an introduction for a lot of you, but you're up next, Colonel.
Good morning, everyone. What a great day to be here. What a pleasure to be here and talking about and addressing a topic that I think is near and dear to veterans and their families, but I think most significantly a topic that should be near and dear to all Americans. As from my perspective, as we think about the preservation of our nation, a big part of that is the defense. We don't have to look far to see that that tyranny and evil and in all shapes and forms is out there, and we can't let our guard down. We got to have people that are ready, willing to serve and defend our nation. And our obligation as citizens is to make sure that we carry out our end of the deal in serving those who make great sacrifice. And so, to me, that sort of frames the larger context of why this is so important. I mean, there are eaches that will come out. There are lives that have and families' lives that have been forever changed, and those stories can often be lost in the grand scheme of things. Those are important, and I think what you'll see a unique blend of those personal stories. But again, I challenge us to understand the larger context of what this is really about. And it's to be here with such a powerful group of representatives. I was just sharing with Terrell, literally, as I was going to deploy, I'm having a dinner with the senior leaders in my organization at Fort Riley, Kansas, nearly 18 years ago, January of 2007. We were part of the surge, and it's in a restaurant in Manhattan, Kansas, and I literally saw Bob and Elizabeth Dole walk into it, and I rolled up to him and I'd asked him if he would say a few words to my leaders before we deployed to Iraq, and he did. They gracefully did, and then to see the work that there can be. It's probably hard to find another couple that has given so much to our nation. So anyway, our circles of great will overlap often in this sphere that we're in, and it's an honor to be here today to participate. So I know we have a lot to do. I forget, honestly, Dr. Terrell, who I'm supposed to introduce. Yeah, all right. Yeah, Doc Wilson. All right.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Ken Wilson. I'm actually wearing two hats. I represent the University of Chicago in the sense I am the trauma medical director. I'd like to welcome you all here on behalf of Selwyn Rogers, the division head in the Department of Surgery. I'm also representing the United States Army as someone who saw after deployment in 2003 that there's a disconnect between what the active duty and the reserve side does, in that unfortunately in cities like Chicago, Philadelphia, Baltimore, my hometown, you get to practice your craft. When you're active duty, it's a disciplined population where you get a ticket if you drive more than 20 miles an hour, and unfortunately the guns are put away in the armory. So when you go down range, there's not that muscle memory that I believe that one should have to save the heroes, especially the one I'm going to introduce next. So this is very important to me because I also see in the city of Chicago that once we send people away from the trauma center, not only do they have physical injuries that they have to contend with, but they have lack of access to healthcare. They have possible pain that's chronic. And of course, the people who are taking care of them experience and live all those realities with them. So my next statement is two things. I am what you call a Google master. So I will watch a movie. And as soon as I watch a movie, I will Google the cast to see who they are. And so when I watched Battleship, I said, this man is truly a badass and probably could punch out an alien. Who is this actor? And when I looked to see who it was, I saw Greg Story. And then I started watching videos of who he was. And I saw you, Greg, at the Super Bowl speaking to then who became the New York Giants and winning the Super Bowl and them giving you a Super Bowl ring. So he's a true hero in every sense of the word. He's actually made champions that we now know to be champions. One of the stories is very personal to me because I don't usually stop to know who the people are. I'm the nameless guy behind the scenes. You live, I go back, I get ready for round 2, round 3, and so on and so forth. But then Sergeant Lavery made his life very public. And I would start hearing from the 624th Full Resuscitative Team about his life. And Sydney, if you go to Pittsburgh, you should probably look up the 624th because he is a hero there as well. And then I decided to start watching videos on him. And I would see Nick on one leg doing the absolute impossible. Truly bulletproof when I first saw him, because when I saw Nick, he walked through a door when we were out in the middle of Eastern Afghanistan. And I just told him this story recently, and I said, thank God he's on our side. And I've now met him face to face, and his personality matches his physical status. And I'll also tell you that I just returned from Honduras, and people talk about you, kids who've never been downrange. Your stories are motivating, your podcasts are motivating. We had a dive, Special Forces, and I may get it wrong, Nick, but a Special Forces dive instructor. He was a friend of mine from we were up in Herat, and he came through Chicago and we hung out. Dr. Prakash is there. We were just talking about diving. He told the story of this behemoth of a man that should not be able to dive and do the things that operators do, because most people pass out the first time and the third time you're out. And based upon the fact that he has to swim with his core, not with his leg, it's impossible to do this. And as you may imagine, Nick didn't find anything to be impossible and he actually passed. So everywhere I go, people tell the tales of you. So it is an absolute honor to introduce you today and finally meet you in person, ladies and gentlemen, Nick Lavery.
All right, good morning. How we doing? We'll crank up the volume here a little bit. I tend to project. I may not even need this microphone, but I think it's wired into the virtual stuff. So I'll stay here and play according to Terrell's rules. Guys, I'm beyond privileged and honored and excited to be a part of this here today. I've been looking forward to this for quite some time. And this afternoon, we're going to get a chance to get in a little bit more detail. But for me, selfishly, this is quite an amazing full circle event. I'll share a little bit that here with you guys now. You guys are all in for a real special treat this afternoon as we get a chance to dive into some stuff. I know I got a 6-minute window, so I'm gonna move fast. My name is Nick Lavery. I serve as a Chief Warrant Officer, United States Army Special Forces. More commonly, we're referred to as the Green Berets. Currently stationed at Fort Campbell, assigned to 5th Special Forces Group, where I now serve as a Company Operations Warrant Officer. Been doing this now coming up on 16 years, and it goes by fast when you say it out loud. My entire time within the military has been within the Army Special Forces, aside from the short stint of time I spent at Walter Reed recovering and working my way back to operational status. My career has been spent, otherwise known as an ODA, which has been my life up until just about 90 days ago, when I finally made that transition to that next level of leadership, that next position. Really difficult move to make. You know, most of us come into this industry to be one of the guys or gals on the grounds and be the person going in the door. Something in which most of us love, one in which I love. it does run its course. It takes its toll. It's not a lifestyle that you can go on doing indefinitely. It takes its toll physically, mentally, emotionally. It takes its toll on the family. These are sacrifices that we willingly accept. And the way in which we're able to do that comes from quite literally the community in which is around us that supports us to be able to do what we do, to be able to live our passion and live our purpose. This is not an individual effort by any stretch. It actually extends far beyond the detachment itself throughout the entire community that we're around, local and higher. You guys are all part of that. Okay. The brief story is on my third time in Afghanistan, I was wounded in combat on 3 separate occasions. First, I took some grenade shots on the back of my shoulder, blew about a lemon-sized hole in it. Shocking, although really not all that big of a deal. I was out of the game about a week and then right back to work. About a month or so after that was when I was moved the second time. I took an AK-47 round to the face, the offset of an IED-initiated complex ambush that my team and I drove into. 6 of my friends were in that lead vehicle. It was absolutely decimated. And although my wound looked nasty, it bled quite a bit. Comparably and within context to what we were dealing with at that time, this was quite literally a scratch. Similar to my first time, eventually I did get in front of some medical personnel. They cauterized my face back together, stitched it back up. I was back with the guys, back to work about a week after that. On the very back end of this same deployment, now, March 11th, 2013, was when I was wounded for the 3rd time. And this was the result of what we refer to as a green on blue incident, which is a fancy term for an insider attack, meaning that a guy that we had been working alongside of, a member of the Afghan National Police Force that we had been training and conducting operations with for 5.5 months, turned on us. Immediately prior to going out on a complex joint operation, this individual jumped in the back of a Ford Ranger pickup truck that had a mounted PKM belt-fed machine gun and opened fire into me and my team from about 15 feet away. That weapon system, for those unfamiliar, is absolutely devastating at ranges all the way out to 500-600 meters. At 15, 20 feet, it creates an absolute catastrophe. 12 US members were casualties in this moment in time, 3 of which were killed. Myself and 8 others were critically wounded. Most of my damage, as you can probably see for yourselves, was to my right leg. I estimated 4 or 5 rounds, severed my femoral artery, shattered my femur. I initially had to treat myself. Some teammates got to me. They rendered some aid. And ultimately, I was obviously able to survive. So I'm here with you. I spent a year at Walter Reed, learning how to live life as a one-legged guy, learning how to operate a prosthetic, returned back to my unit, which at the time was Fort Bragg, where I was offered a full medical military retirement. I say offered, I really say that politely. I was more like it was being crammed down my throat, and I wasn't given too many practical options. So I found myself in an administrative street fight with the United States Army, who were desperately trying to have me medically retired. That fight took me 8 months, at which time I was working as an instructor. And that administrative fight, I ultimately did win. I was able to stay in on active duty status and then began my pursuit to work myself back onto my detachment, which really was my goal from the very beginning. I'm going to get back to my team. I'm going to get back into combat. I'm going to get back to my lifestyle because this is what I do and this is who I am, period. I'll stop. End of conversation. After what ended up being about a 12-week assessment phase that my unit put me through, when I say they threw the kitchen sink at me, I mean quite literally threw the kitchen sink at me. They tested me on everything that you can imagine and actually some things that you probably can't imagine. At the end of that 12-week period of time, I was ultimately given approval to return back to my team, return back to operational status. About 6 weeks later, I was back in Afghanistan conducting full spectrum combat operations. I'm considered the first Special Forces operator to return to combat as an above-the-knee amputee. Certainly an accolade in which I'm proud of, but it's incredibly important to know that being the first at anything has never been within my decision matrix ever at any point in my entire career. I love what I do. I consider service in uniform to be amongst the greatest privileges anyone can take on. And not only do I love it, but I have an incredible sense of purpose behind that. There's meaning attached to that to me. This is what I was put on this planet to do. There really was no question about what am I going to do following the injury. It was really just a matter of how. How am I going to do what I do? Not a whole lot has really changed since then. I've deployed to combat multiple additional times, as well as other types of operations, and I will continue to do so really for as long as I'm an asset to those that I serve, my teammates, my leadership, to my command, most significantly, those in which we really work for, which are the people of this amazing nation that we get to call home. A lot of different people were involved in that 30,000-foot view story I just shared. And again, we'll be getting into some more detail this afternoon, but we have this terminology in the military. Those military people in this room will be familiar when we hear the term PACE plan. All right, PACE, PACE. Of course, we're in the Army and we have to have an acronym for everything. Actually, I'm pretty sure there's some kind of policy that states that you have to have X number of acronyms within every sentence that you say. Otherwise, there may be some kind of punitive action held against you. PACE plan stands for Primary, Alternate, Contingency, and Emergency. And we use this acronym for a lot of different things. We have medical PACE plan, and it goes typically in order as such: self-aid, buddy aid, 18 Delta, which for us, those are our medics. And then beyond that, we're talking about a CASEVAC or a medevac, actually getting you onto something that we can move you to get you in front of some sort of a doctor or some type of other medical personnel. Those aren't put there unintentionally. Step one, you work on yourself. Step two, whoever else is able to get to you works on you. And then we're talking about someone who's actually trained as a medic. I don't think that that's ironic with the definition of what a caregiver actually is. And it's been mentioned here several times already, and it's wildly accurate. Certainly, we've got doctors and nurses and medics and all of the professionally trained, amazing human beings that have dedicated their lives and much of their adult life to learning how to do this and then practicing it. But the caregiver community extends well beyond those that hold those titles and have that type of formal background and training. I'm alive here today initially because I worked on myself. I was my caregiver. Beyond that, one of my teammates got to me, non-medic, he worked onto me. Eventually, yes, I get in front of a medic and on down, we go down that line. One of the key pieces of that line I just described is the individual who just introduced me, Doc Wilson. Eventually, when I was medevaced off the battlefield, I was put in front of that man right there. Although this isn't the first time we have met, this is the first time that I am meeting him. Okay? This is the first time, all right, in almost 10 years to the day in which he and I have had a chance to meet face to face with me being aware of what was actually happening. So he and I have obviously a lot to catch up on, right? We're gonna fill each other in on some gaps and some information. It's gonna be a really fun ride, selfishly. But we have an opportunity here that I know he and I are both looking forward to taking advantage of, is the sharing those experiences from those two different perspectives of the extremes for this audience, both here and remotely. When I say, ladies and gentlemen, that this man had to make several really difficult decisions in a moment's notice, and his decisions is why I am here standing in front of you right now, that is not an overstatement. That is not an embellishment. That is literally the case. So from those of us that work on ourselves, for our friends and families that treat each other, from the medics all the way to the surgeons, a long list of people involved in dealing with trauma and the subsequent effects of trauma. I've lived these firsthand. I've been on both sides of such. So to say that I am grateful to be a part of this maiden voyage, again, would be a drastic understatement. I think this is absolutely amazing. I think it is absolutely essential to be able to provide a small piece of this here is an absolute honor. I'm humbled. I'm grateful to be surrounded by you guys here today. I'm really looking forward to it. Terrell, congratulations thus far, man. I know it's not easy, man. It's more difficult than it looks. And so far, you're knocking it out of the park, man. I appreciate it. Guys, I look forward to spending more time with you this afternoon. Thank you very much. And unlike the Colonel, I actually know who I'm supposed to be introducing next. So I would like to introduce the Center Director for Jesse Brown VA Medical, Rick Ament.
Bro, we got to talk. You've had me talk 3 times and you have me following this guy? Come on, this just isn't fair. What an honor to be here today. Again, as Nick said, I'm Rick Ament, the Medical Center Director for Jesse Brown VAMC. I do have some points that I need to make, but I really do have to talk about the Doles for just a moment. I've been in the VA for 6 years, and my first medical center that I was leader of was the Robert J. Dole VAMC. And talk about a warm family. Talk about a compassion for everybody and all that they do. I'd been there about a year, and we're opening up a brand new primary care center, brand new hospital attachment. All kinds of congressional folks there. Of course, Bob Dole was there. We did a ribbon cutting, and we gave Bob a tour. I think Bob was 94 at the time. And we're walking around the building, and of course, we get in the elevator, and it breaks. Now, we don't have patients in the building yet, but we've got Bob Dole in the building. And we're stuck between floors. His aide, myself, and Bob Dole. And out of compassion, and it's just a natural reflex, he knew I was nervous as heck. So what does he say? Got any cards? That's the compassion this guy led with. He was more concerned about me being nervous than the inconvenience of a 94-year-old man being stuck on an elevator in Kansas. So that just gives you a little bit of perspective of what these people were like. So again, thank you for allowing me to be here and to represent my organization. On behalf of the staff at Jesse Brown, I'm honored to be here today. And I've been in healthcare for 30 years. I've only been in the VA for 6, but I've been in healthcare for 30 years. I've been a CEO for 25. And when I came to the VA, it was all about the mission. Something that was unique about the VA that my prior experiences didn't offer me was the mission of being able to care for a very, very specific, very, very unique patient population. And that really attracted me as a veteran myself. But I didn't know anything about caregiver support. It was all about recruiting doctors, running efficient operations, recruiting the best nurses you can, raising the bar on care. I never understood the concept of the caregiver, let alone caregiver support. And in the short amount of time that I've been in the VA in the last 6 years, the VA's commitment to caregiver support has been exponential. And we're going to talk about that a little bit here. At Jesse Brown specifically, we have a very, very large social work program, a very, very large homeless program, one of the biggest behavioral health programs in the country. Our staff really understand the caregiver community. And again, they've been teaching me because this was foreign territory for me. These caregivers themselves need support. This is why the caregiver support program offers clinical, educational, wraparound services to individuals who care for the veterans receiving the care. So we were talking about care for those who cared for us, care for those who allow us to live the lives, but who cares for them when they go home? And again, this is something that many folks in healthcare just don't understand. This is something that is unique about the VA in that we do integrate the community and healthcare together. We do have a very strong social responsibility that, again, I did not understand. Later this morning, we'll be hearing directly from members of our caregiver support and our suicide prevention programs and how they support our veterans as well as their caregivers. The Department of Veteran Affairs Caregiver Support Program has a unique mission, unlike any other in the VA. That is to promote the health and well-being of the family caregivers who care for our country's veterans. The Caregiver Support Programs offers 2 distinct programs: the General Caregiver Services Program, which has been there for a while, and then the Comprehensive Assistance for Family Caregivers. This is something that is new and growing. As of October of 2022, just a couple months ago, the VA expanded the program for comprehensive assistance to family caregivers for eligible veterans in 2 specific areas. And it required and asked that the VA really expand their commitment, both financially and in recruitment of caregivers, to this program across the country. Jesse Brown was one of the leading facilities in this initiative, thanks to my team across the room here. And in a short amount of time, we went from 88 caregivers that we supported to 221, because we knew it was important and we also knew there was a demand in this community. The VA has deemed 2023 as the year of the caregiver. Two vital elements of caregiver support represent the strategic vision for the 2023 vision. The first is caregiver mental health resources, and the second is enhanced respite services. Again, enhanced respite services and caregiver mental health, something, again, we would not have thought of years ago. Specifically at Jesse Brown, caregiver support program is hiring 2 advanced marriage and family therapists to support the veterans, the caregivers, and families. Think about this. We are hiring marriage counselors to help caregivers do a better job of caring for their veterans. This is amazing. This is taking it to the next level. They also started a new program called the Caregiver Health and Wellbeing Coaching, helping the caregivers actually take care of themselves better, basically a wellness program for caregivers. The second part of this, of course, is the enhanced respite services. We belong to a region of hospitals in the Midwest called the VISN, and our VISN hired their first respite champion to support the regional hospitals and their support for our caregivers. So again, as a guy that's been in healthcare for 30 years, as a veteran himself, and as a guy that really had a hard time following a superstar to the stage, thank you again, Terrell. I do want to thank you for having this program, taking this to the next level. We have a long relationship with the community colleges in that you train a lot of our staff. We recruit very heavily from your ranks. And now you're taking this to the next level for our veterans. And for that, I thank you very much. And with that, I'd now like to introduce the next speaker, Illinois State Representative, Mr. Cyril Nichols.
You know, it's going to be different. It's going to be a different conversation. I know what everybody's thinking. I'm not a politician. That'd be the first thing. I'm really not a politician. You'll see in a minute. But first, I think the chancellor probably left, but you know, this is a great initiative. Vice Chancellor Williams has done tremendous work to the point that I'm supposed to be in Springfield right now. And so he said, hey, listen, I need you to really come and talk about, you know, some of the things that we can do. But I still work at City College of Chicago. So I want you guys to know a couple of things. When it comes to sports, because I'm over athletics in Springfield, and when it comes to community colleges and Black people, I am really crazy, right? Like I just go right at people like, all right, those are 3 things you can't talk about too much because I'm gonna get right into it. But when Dr. Williams told me about, you know, the whole idea of trauma, I want you guys to understand my wife is an Air Force veteran. Her airplane was the AWACS. She was clear. She was actually cleared for Air Force One. She never would tell me about the AWACS. I don't know why. We was watching a movie one time. I say, nah, I guess that's the AWACS. He was like, nah, just. So I don't know what it is about the AWACS. She would never tell me anything about this AWACS. So my wife, again, she leads the ministry at our church for veterans. And I was in ROTC, but she don't really count that. And I was like an E4, I was a captain, you know, but that didn't really count to her. So again, am I good? All right. So I am so, first of all, blessed to be standing here, right? And I know how hard initiatives are to actually fund and get off the ground. But again, you know, city colleges, to me, is the first line of defense in the state of Illinois when it comes to education and opportunities. And when you have leadership like our chancellor, our provost, our vice chancellor, directors, like people that really care, right? You have to care when you're working with young people, when you're working with adults, because they know if you don't care. And city colleges is one of those special places that people can come and be respected. You know, sometimes you get lost in I went to a big college in all of the bigger schools, but when you're at City College of Chicago, that's why I think it's a perfect place to support this initiative. Because right now in this city, this is a battlefield. This is a war zone. Anytime, and if I start crying, I think I'm having a nervous breakdown. I'm a very emotional man. My daddy told me that it's okay. Like God gave you tears. Anytime you can drive on the expressway and kill a 1-year-old and 4 other people in a car, we need all the support we can get in the field. Anytime our neighborhoods, because we don't need to just see some people get shot in an event. In our neighborhoods, on the west and south sides, we see this every day. People are being murdered, shot, stabbed, stuck up on the train lines, right? Every day. So nobody can tell me that we don't need this service. Nobody can tell me that. We need caregivers all around this city. And until we figure out how to deal with this mental health issue, because this is a mental health issue. Sane people don't do what's going on in our city right now and across this country, by the way. It's not just Chicago. It's the suburbs. It's the state of Illinois. It is multiple states that's dealing with the same atrocities of violence. So yes, we need caregivers. And somebody said we're going to take it nationwide. Yes. Yes. So I was working with Dr. Williams as he was explaining this to me. I said, I need to formulate legislation. One of the things that I can do is formulate legislation to support the initiative. And if you follow my legislation, I've never had a job that I'd have not served people. I've never had a job on my resume where I did not serve people. Every single job I had was a service job. I probably got it from my mother, my father. I worked at Technical Chemicals and later at CHA. But my mother served everybody. I probably had a servant heart from her, right? Because she wasn't an activist, she was actually a community servant. Like everybody in the community she took care of, no matter what. No matter what. Could be bad guy, good guy, she served them, right? And so in our communities, in this legislation, we're gonna bring the attention to where the attention needs to be, because we need to support services. And I always say this with the chancellor, we have to have a wraparound services to support our young people, our adults, our young learners. Because if you don't have wraparound services, then we lose a lot of people as we go on this journey. A lot of people don't even realize that working in the field to triage somebody can save their lives. And when you hear all these stories, your life was saved. You worked on yourself, then another guy came and worked on you, but you had people that was willing to do that, right? You had people, even when you were not trained, you had people that was willing to stand there and say, I'm not gonna just let you die. Yeah, we gotta look at it for what it is. Is it bad that our city, our state needs this type of support? Yeah. But is it even worse that we don't address it? Why wouldn't we not address it? We see the issue, we need to deal with it. So this is the basis of the legislation that I'm going to get a bill number on really soon, really quick, so that when we come back, we can start talking about the funding for the wraparound services. We can start talking about dealing with mental health issues. And not only that, but we can support the people that come back that served our country. Just to think that here's a wife that has to serve her husband when he came back and had no support services. That's not right. These people fought for us. They stand on the line for us so that we can go to school, so that our children have a better opportunity in life. And it's almost an atrocity that we hear today than I 25, 35, 40 years ago, right? These services have been needed. So this is the basis of why I'm standing here today. This is the basis why when Dr. Williams said, no, you gotta go to Springfield, but you have to come and talk about this, right? And so I made the call, I said, listen, I have to talk about this, so I'll be late. You know, I'll be late today, but I have to let people know that we are going to make sure that we get this legislation on the board and we're gonna get it passed. right? My job is to get 60 people to agree with it, 30 in the other house, and one guy to sign it at the end. That's my job. And I'm gonna fight just as you fought for us. I'm gonna fight as hard as I can to make sure that happens. And if you follow my legislative career right now, don't take a long time doing things. Because it's really about the will. And right now, we don't have time to wait. We need to get this done, Chancellor. We get people in training and in the field. Because our communities, man, like I said, we cannot keep accepting what's going on in our communities. It's not right. And we need to figure out real quick why it's happening, whether it's economic, lack of economic opportunities, whether it's our school systems. We need to figure it out. Because a parent woke up today without their granddaughter, without a daughter. We just can't keep accepting this. So I applaud you. Thank you for your services. Dr. Williams, I applaud you for partnering with the University of Chicago just to get this whole idea on these books, because legislative, we need to deal with this and we need to put support services behind it. Chancellor, thank you for just opening up our doors, as you always do, city colleges, for our communities. And that's what community colleges are, right? And then the rest of the leadership, and I see all my veneers here, Gus, I got you now. I forgot about Gus when we first came in. Like, hey, Gus, so, but again, thank you guys for tolerating me for what I had to bring today. I'm on my way to work diligently to make sure that we get this done, and I would definitely keep you guys informed of every step of the process. So again, I told you I'm not a politician. I'm not. I'm a representative. I've been repping before I was a rep. So thank you again. And if there's anything you guys need, please do not hesitate to call. I will come where you need me to be. I'm everybody's rep. Just follow my lead. I'm everybody's rep. I'm everywhere. I was in Jackson, Mississippi, giving water to people, right? So let's just make sure that when it looks like it's tough, right? When certain barriers present themselves, we not only climb over the wall, we go through it. We will not accept no. We will not accept no for an answer, because this we have to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Nichols. That story is very personal. It's very appropriate for why we're here today and for the person I'm going to introduce next. And before I bring Dr. Rogers up, I just want to tell you, who Dr. Rogers is. So the story that you shared, Representative Nichols, about the 1-year-old was actually 2 years old. Their name was Amara. And there were 3 other teenagers that were involved. And there was also a grandmother who was involved. So we have 3 shootings and 1 stabbing, all in the same evening. So there is a problem. And just like the problems we talked about with caregivers, there's also an initiative. So what was the initiative? The initiative was to address that problem that is a reoccurring problem, and how do we fix it on the south side of Chicago in the absence of a trauma center? Well, the short answer is you cannot. So there has to be that passion, that community involvement to say, how do we address this? And how do we address this when it's deliberately done that there's not a trauma center to intercept Amara and her family? So it takes the legislation, it takes the movement of a committee. Then after that, it says, well, who shall lead us? So this does not collapse immediately under the intentionality of not having it for 30 years. Who is going to inspire us? And so I say that, this story is very appropriate because we are now 5 years standing. What's the total number now, Dr. Prakash? How many have we, 20,000? over 20,000 trauma patients on the south side where there's an absence for the last 30 years. The story that you don't know is Dr. Rogers and I were the first two in the building this morning who were not setting up. And he was on the phone talking to the dean of the university about Amara. So the initiative has begun to bring people like myself, Dr. Prakash, Dr. Plackett from the active duty side to create this initiative, but there's still work to be done. So I believe that the initiative of the caregivers can be started. It's not completed at the University of Chicago, but you can start it and carry it to the next reiteration of it. So without further ado, the man who came to you at the intersection of there being a problem, there needing to be innovation, which is a new trauma center, state of the art, to give you a few words about his vision, Dr. Rogers.
Thank you. I'm actually going to ask that we give a few seconds of pause for Mary and the other three victims who died. And in addition to the thousands of people who died from firearm-related injuries here in the city of Chicago, but also the men and women who have provided service to preserve our democracy. So a few moments of silence, please. Thank you. If I may have the slide. So I'm an academic trauma surgeon, and what's an academic trauma surgeon without pictures? But I won't gross you out because I could, but I'm not. It's too early in the morning, and not everyone in the room is a trauma surgeon. We eat that stuff up. It's our bread and butter, if you will. It's what we do, it's what we live for. But this is not about trauma. This is about caregivers. And it turns out that everyone in this room is a caregiver. We care for our loved one. We care for our son. We care for our elderly mother with Alzheimer's disease. We care. We all care. And unless you are a hermit, everybody has somebody that cares about them and that they care about. But as the chancellor and the vice chancellor and the president of Malcolm X and the dignitaries all here, and everyone has spoken so far, has intimated, there is a problem that we have, an exceptional problem of American exceptionalism called firearm-related injuries. We have, for example, a fully trained surgeon who came to us to train with us from Japan. And the reason why he came to train is that he wanted to learn how to take care of firearm-related injuries. Now, he's a fully trained surgeon. He has a wife and 3 kids from Japan. When he came to us 3 years ago, English was a little broken. None of his 8, 6, 3-year-old son, all sons, spoke English. 8-year-old speaks English better than he does, he says now. But his wife doesn't speak any English, and she struggles a bit. But as he told me just on Saturday, he has this dream. And the dream was to train in the United States, land of opportunity. He told me that actually 3 years ago when he came. I said, why would you want to do that? That's a lot of sacrifice. One of the reasons was because of the University of Chicago Medicine Trauma Center. But he gives me an interesting statistic. In the past 12 years, there's been one firearm-related fatality. One in 12 years, not in Tokyo, not in Nagoya, in the country of Japan. And Colonel Dr. Wilson just told you about 3, 4 in one night. Actually, remember right, within 36 minutes. And we, collectively, accept that as just another Sunday night in February in Chicago. On fill in the blank, believable. So let me go over some data because I actually love data because I think it can drive policy. But unfortunately, data alone by itself doesn't change policy. But being a scientist is a good place to start if you actually accept that there are facts, right? We've had this assault on facts. We've had an assault on scientific this invention and discovery. Somehow we've had this belief that facts are mutable. I became a scientist because I think facts are immutable. There's gravity, that's a fact, I can't make that up. There's climate change, that's a fact, I can't make it up no matter what someone tells me. Because I've seen the glacial pole get smaller over time. So what are some facts about firearm-related injuries in this country? I'm not going to read every single slide because I'm going to go over data. And Dr. Odom gave me an hour 4 months ago when he conceptualized this. And then he shaved it down to 30 minutes. So I'm going to hold him accountable to that. But I'm going to go fast because there's so much to be packed in. And I actually want to hear all of the stories, all of the presentations, because there's so much to learn that we all can learn today. But facts. Between 2019 and 2020, so recent facts, firearm homicide rate has increased by 35%. And this is before the pandemic's effect. Here in Chicago, firearm homicides have gone up in the short period of time around the pandemic, with social isolation, mental health challenges, all the things, economic challenges that folks had, by 25% across the city. It's come down a little bit, but I'm going to show you some data that actually should concern us all. Firearm homicides don't affect everybody the same. That I don't need to tell everyone in the room because disproportionately, south and west sides of the city that are primarily communities of color are disproportionately affected by intentional firearm injuries. What is not as clear a fact in terms of what people understand about firearm-related injuries is that suicides are the #1 reason why people die by firearms in this country. And it's suicides of white elderly men. Elderly, I'm 56, my age men who kill themselves. That's a story that doesn't really get told in the press because we disproportionately talk about mass shootings. Appropriately so because the carnage of what happens when 4, 6, 12, in case of the nightclub fire, the nightclub shooting down in Florida, or in the case of Las Vegas, tens of tons. Everyone pays attention to that. But the ones and the twos are also dead, are also injured. One of the challenges about firearm-related injuries, unfortunately, is that we don't collect really good data. Nationally, at the state level, at the city level, at the neighborhood level. If you're going to fix a problem, for example, if you're going to fix sexually transmitted diseases, you know who, what, their contacts, you trace them, you give penicillin for syphilis, and you can make that problem go away. We don't have that specificity or its immediacy available data. So in terms of this thing of firearm-related injuries, you start with the gun, right? The firearm. This graph shows you the fact that we have been buying a lot of firearms. Everybody in the room, I think, has a refrigerator. What's the expiration date of your milk? By a week, depending how often you open your fridge, whether you get a gallon or half a gallon. I tend to get a half gallon because I can't drink enough milk because I travel so much that I can't really keep track of drinking enough milk. But let's say you have a big family, a family of 4, Dr. Wilson. I buy 2 gallons of milk for a week, but there's an expiration date. There's no real expiration date of a firearm. So this rise of firearms, they're not going extinct. They're not going bad while we buy more of them. And this is the primary reason in the United States that we say we buy firearms, to protect ourselves and to hunt. I lived in Texas for a couple of years. And I could tell you, the culture in places like Texas seeps of firearms, but actually, it's true everywhere. I'm going to shoot you an email. I'm going to have bullets for my presentation. It's all in our language. It pervades how we talk. And in fact, if you try to go a whole day without a reference to a firearm, if you really listen to the words coming out of your mouth, actually pretty hard. But this is where this story gets really murky, in my opinion. We believe that firearms protect us. The Second Amendment protects us against the tyranny of our government. If you read the Second Amendment, it is about being able to bear arms, to collect a militia, to protect against the tyranny of government. You can extend that to the tyranny of your neighbor coming to rape, pillage, take away from you, and you're going to protect yourself against that. But if you look at the data, and graphics are powerful, every one person in this country that does it, look at how many people are unintentionally injured, the same amount, but more powerfully, the number of people who kill themselves with a firearm. Before showing this graphic, how many people in this room, by show of hands, quick hands, would have predicted that that is what this data would show? You would have thought that. One person in the room, and you must really know the data. This is her specialty. You don't get to cheat. But most people would not have made that assertion. And this is another graphic way of saying that over half of the firearm deaths in this country, over half, are suicide. And if you look, unfortunately, and this should be alarming us all, this is a problem that's getting worse while we talk about it, while we look at it. It is worsening over time. And why are we not talking about it? We're talking about balloons going over our nation. We're talking about transgender rights. We're talking about schools not being able to do AP African American history. But we're not talking about this alarming reality that people are dying of firearm-related injuries within the 4 borders and Alaska and the U.S. Virgin Islands, which is where I'm from, good place to visit, by the way. Within the border of our nation that is not at war with itself, we are, Dr. Wilson and I and our children, male children, are more at risk, male children, less than 28, more at risk of dying of a firearm-related injury here in Afghanistan, where we were at war. And let's go a little deep about suicides. I mentioned older people. And I'm 56, so I guess I'm old now. My kids have always said I'm old. But at 56, my risk of killing myself is higher than my risk of being killed if I have a firearm in my home. And it's even more alarmingly increased by a firearm if you're over the age of 65. So it gets worse as you get older. There is a fallacy that Black people don't kill themselves. I hear this a lot. It ain't true. Even Black youth are killing themselves. Youth less than 13 years old have twice the rate compared to white youth of killing themselves with a firearm. Suicide prevention specialist knows that. Nobody else in the room, I would assert, knew that before I said it. And it's not isolated just to Black and Hispanic children. It's a little less for Hispanic. It's probably tied a bit with the religious culture, faith, a lot of Roman Catholics in Hispanic ethnicity. But if you look at the last graph, that gives me pause. Rasheed Wallace Fond was saying when he was called for a foul, but he didn't think he fouled, ball don't lie. This graph does not lie. This is getting worse while we watch them. Now, comparatively speaking, American exceptionalism, we are a great country. We have more Nobel Prizes, we have more patents, we have more wealth, we have more. We also have more firearm-related injuries. If you compare the United States to other industrialized nations, not the United States, look at what we look like. So when you're relatively young up to 5, we're about the same, and then dramatic spike beyond 5 that continues all the way to 65. And what are the consequences of this? Obviously costs. And when people say, well, that's that problem, that's their problem, that's my problem, everybody pays, right? Everybody pays because somebody pays. The other is, what are the health outcomes? If you are injured and you survive, and we've gotten really good at keeping people alive, what happens to you when you're paralyzed? Yeah, I was at a meeting with journalists, and there was a photojournalist who had a powerful series of pictures of a 13-year-old shot, paralyzed, in the hospital, in a hospital bed, getting in a wheelchair for the first time. He's in the wheelchair for the first time. He doesn't get to the Intrepid or to Walter Reed. He gets sent home. In a wheelchair, the wheelchair is too big to get through the door to his bedroom. So they lift him up. There's a series of pictures. They lift him up, put him on the bed, and then put him back in the wheelchair. After they collapse the wheelchair, puts the wheelchair in. So now he's trapped in the room because to get back out, he needs somebody else to take him out of the wheelchair, collapse the wheelchair, get it out. There's an incredible picture of sadness as he's in the wheelchair looking at the window. He can't even look out the window. The windowsill is too high because he's sitting in a wheelchair, because he's a 13-year-old boy. And the caregivers have a price too, because they're taking care of him. Every doctor's visit, every trip, every time he needs care, somebody has to bring him that care. And when you look at how we spend money to prevent disease and to treat disease, the NIH spends its greatest amount of dollars on cardiovascular health, stroke, heart disease. Second most, cancer. 59th most, something else, not named trauma. Trauma is like dead last. But this room is talking about the impact on caregivers. And I would say that everybody in this room has been affected by trauma in some way, in some form. Why are we not paying to understand better how to treat, prevent, and go upstream so it doesn't even happen in the first place? Everybody pays, and there's a lot of secondary effects that you don't think about until you look at the unit of the family or the community. So if you're injured, turns out you are affected. But so is every single person that you touch. Everybody is affected. And then it becomes intergenerational, because it's not just your family. So we have a blessing and a curse, quoting Monk, one of my favorite TV shows, because I think I have a little OCD in myself. So Monk loves to say it's a blessing and a curse. We have the blessing that we get to take care of people on the worst day of their life. We have the curse that we get to take care of people on the worst day of their life. When we listen to their stories and they say that their father, their grandfather, their brother, their mother, their aunt, their second cousin, their third cousin, their 15th cousin have all been touched directly by firearm-related injuries, I say to myself, how can one family bear all of that suffering? How is that possible? I had one night, actually just before I went on celebrating my marriage, my wife, I'm on call, and a woman comes in, and her 15-year-old son was shot twice in the head. And her other son was shot, same incident, 18 years old, went to another hospital. And I think that's a lot to bear. Until she says, you hear those two kids out there, the 8 and 10-year-old boy and girl? Those are their brothers. That's their sister. They witnessed this happen in their house. And then the kicker for me is when she threw her head back and said, and my husband died 6 months ago. How much suffering can one woman, one mother bear? And we bear witness to, and we don't do anything. Kids, what do kids think? Kids are the future. How do we think about this with the context of our kids here in Chicago? This is Chicago data, 2020. Again, pre-pandemic, pandemic would rise higher on the list, but this was done just as the pandemic was starting, so 2019. The number one reason why people are concerned is gun violence in the city of Chicago. It's actually interesting because let's go fast forward 3 years. We're about to have a mayoral election. 2/3 of Chicagoans are concerned about public safety as the number one problem that's on their mind, top of mind. Now, what's fascinating to me is within a mile or 2 miles of University of Chicago is, Inglewood, maybe 3 miles of South Shore. I was talking, of all places, New York City, with someone who's also from Chicago. And they say, I just didn't feel safe in Chicago. So I had to leave Chicago. So I went north of Chicago, north of Evanston. And I said, wow. By the way, the person was white. Yeah, I didn't feel safe walking my dog. I said, oh, interesting. Where exactly is this again? Yeah, Wicker Park. I didn't feel safe in Wicker Park walking my dog at night. I didn't laugh. I didn't snicker. It's a perception. It's a perception of her sense of safety. You can't tell someone that they should feel safe. You have to feel safe or you don't feel safe. It's just a feeling. So with that as a framing, how do people think about this in Chicago across broad racial, ethnic lines? Turns out it's top of mind for everybody. White, Asian, Black, Hispanic. But what does the rest of the country think about firearm-related injuries in a national poll at the same time? If you look down the list, racism for Black people is high. Gun violence is 10, but other groups doesn't make the top 10. Chicago is a uniquely Chicagoan problem. Kid. Any sports fan knows who Benji Wilson was. But let me very quickly tell you, Benji Wilson was Michael Jordan before Michael Jordan. 18-year-old, phenomenal player, Simeon Rice was going to the league. And back then, you couldn't go to the league unless you're Moses Malone directly out of high school. You had to go at least 1 year in college. In fact, the one and done thing was a new phenomenon. Hadn't started yet. So he was going to go to Illinois or Indiana or DePaul. Because back then, DePaul was a beast. Not so much anymore. But he used to be a beast. And that was his destination. Walking out of a grocery store with his girlfriend, he bumps into a guy. No big deal, he says, shrugs. Sorry, man. The guy, pissed off, predating anything to do with Benji, pulls out a gun, and that escalates. then you get shot twice. He's alive. Chicago Fire Department takes him to the hospital, nearest hospital. Nearest hospital is St. Bernard. No trauma surgeon, no system, no team. Waits 4 hours to get an operation, and he dies. Then Illinois Department of Public Health changes the rules based on the Benji Wilson death. Benji Wilson's death happened 2 days before Howard Washington's. He had 10,000 people at his funeral. Howard Washington had about 10,000 people at his funeral. I mean, the kid was known across the microphone. He changed a rule. That rule change in '84, interestingly enough, coincided with something else that happened. In '89, the University of Chicago Medicine that had a trauma center closed its trauma center. Concerns about finances, a couple other things. At the time, the fallback, I'm not being recorded, or am I? Well, the excuse was that Michael Reese was a trauma center too, 2 miles away. If we drop out the adult trauma business, what harm could happen? We dropped out the adult trauma business. Michael Reese got bought by HCA. HCA promptly closed the trauma center. No trauma center on the south side of Chicago since 1991. 2010 happens. And in August of 2010, Damian Turner, another Black kid, male, on the south side, very involved in community activism, especially around issues of rent control. And he gets shot in the back 4 blocks from a place that we all work, Dr. Prakash, myself, Dr. Wilson, Dr. Packer, that does heart transplants, liver transplants, everything except adult trauma. But because we're not an adult level trauma center, the kid is driven to Northwestern and he's dead. And that led to community activism and a push. If you look at pictures before 2017, 2018, when we opened, if you look, there's a hyper concentration of gunshot wounds on the south and west sides. There's a little bubble where huge Chicago is, Hyde Park. A couple things have happened recently in Hyde Park that have been concerning, but not the density as the rest of the south and west sides of this city. Great city called Chicago. Community activists, fearless, leading by the youth, South Side together, organizing for power, many groups, COCO, list goes on and on. Activists within the university, activists outside the university. Probably your group was involved as well, Joel. I mean, lots of people were clamoring for this thing. And it happened. But it happened in the context of worsening homicides. And within the area called University of Chicago Medicine, 1/3 of the city's violent crimes happens. 1/3 within the epicenter of the University of Chicago Medicine. And when you look at distance travel for the most severely injured people, this is what it looked like prior to May 1st, 2018, in terms of the red means bad, the green means good, in terms of distances traveled to a level 1 trauma center. And this is what it looks like now. This is our call to action. We are community-based from prevention to recovery, including discovery, education, and advocacy. As Dr. Prakash mentioned, we've taken care of over 20,000 trauma activations, 40%, 40%, 2 out of every 5 firearm-related injury on the south side of Chicago. This is my takeaways. Firearm-related injuries are a public health problem. We need a public health solution. It affects all Americans, but some more than others. The consequences are more than life and death. The survivors suffer, and all people that the survivors touch suffer. And there are solutions. We just have to have the will to affect change. I love this quote by Sherilyn Hill, civil rights lawyer. There's a concerted effort right now, and this has been true for a while, to convince you that nothing can be done. It is designed to make you give in to the exhaustion of this moment. Do not believe it. It's a lie. We have power if we mobilize it. And we need to mobilize it for the good of all people, Black, brown, Hispanic, white, Asian, all people. Because as I shared with you, it affects the young, it affects the old, it affects all ethnicities. It's a rural problem, it's an urban problem. It's not a they problem, it's a we problem. So I thank you for your time, and never doubt that a small group of thoughtful, committed citizens can change the world. Indeed, it's the only thing that ever has. So thank you for your time. I look forward to the rest of this program, which will be amazing. Probably because I know Tara Odom only by one word: excellence. So thank you.
Oh, okay. We're not quite to afternoon. This always feels like afternoon to me since I have to be up really early with little kids. I just want to take a moment before I start my presentation and thank everybody in this room. It is my honor to stand here today and show how powerful sharing a story is to help do what was just asked of us, to mobilize things, to provide support. Everyone is here today pitching in and standing up. And so I just want to say thanks to everyone that is here today. I am Teresa Coomer. I am a caregiver to a veteran. My husband, before I met him, served in Iraq, and he got hurt over in Iraq. He physically got hurt when an IED blast exploded underneath his tank. The force of the blast broke his spine. Fortunately, it didn't sever the spinal cord. He suffered TBIs from that. He had to endure long, painful surgeries and long months of physical therapy. But if you met my husband, you wouldn't know that he had those physical pains. He gets along pretty well. The bulk of the injury that he actually got serving in combat is the PTSD and the moral injury that he carries with him every day. I met him after he was discharged medically from the service. When he was brought back, when he came back home and tried to put his life back together. It did not go very well, but he kept trying. And then he met me. And I walked a very difficult journey with him the first year, convincing him that he was worth it to be around. So watching some of those slides, I was one that put my hand up because it does not surprise me that suicides is the number one there. We've had very many situations where I've had to talk him down. Fortunately for him, his injuries were not that severe that debilitated him from living life, but they were severe enough that he was able to get pretty easy access to pain medication because of his feeling of worthlessness that turned into a heroin addiction. And fortunately for me, one day he told me about it and said, "How can I help? I need to get help." I said, "How do we help?" And we went on a journey of recovery, found a great program at the VA for him to recover. That was in 2010. He has been sober since, but he still struggles all the time. When I started walking this journey with him, of all the things that he has had to take on and burden, I felt really lost. I'm a really smart person. I'm a problem solver, and I have a big heart. So I usually can find solutions to the problems. And trying to find solutions to this problem was almost too much for me. What changed for me as a caregiver is finding community, is connecting so that we can overcome those major burdens that are difficult to navigate. Because I can't do it alone. I can't do it by myself. And that's why I say thank you, because the mobilized effort that is happening right here in this room is going to provide support for caregivers of trauma survivors in the military community, in the veteran community, in the first responders community, and in our community here in Chicago in such a meaningful way that they won't feel alone. They will be getting the support from their community that has been missing in a major way. And like it was said before, this is only beginning. This is only the beginning. So that's just my thank you at the beginning before I tell you some more stories. Most of what I'm going to share with you today is from the military and veteran community, but I like to think of the military and the veteran community as America's test kitchen, to test things out, to find the best things that are going to be helpful to support the greater community. So what I'm going to be talking about today is not exclusive to military and veterans. What is a caregiver? It's a big question. At the Elizabeth Dole Foundation, we've tried to answer that question. I don't know how it goes forward. Advancing the slides. I can't get it to advance the slides. This is a great example of me relying on people to help me as we get through this. We cannot do it alone. I'm here today representing not only just being a caregiver in our communities, but the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. Steve did a wonderful job of giving an overview of why it's such an honor for me to be able to represent Senator Elizabeth Dole. She is the embodiment of giving back and mobilizing action. She saw a need and has worked every day since seeing that need to provide better support for the caregivers of military and veterans. Every day she wakes up, I'm sure she calls you every day, Steve, and has another idea of what we can do. Because she does. She wakes up every day and says, how can I help more? How can we make this bigger? How can we make this support that is so necessary reach who it needs to reach? And through my work at the foundation, I have learned empowerment and finding my voice to be able to share my story. I shared my story very quickly of my personal story, but I have also been honored to meet a lot of caregivers around the country that also share a part of this journey. Caregiving can include managing medications, managing medical appointments, providing emotional and physical support, assisting in the care of disabled wounds, injuries, or illnesses, assisting with activities of daily living, and advocating for the fair treatment of care. To highlight each of those, I'm going to share a little story of a caregiver that embodies that. The first is Colleen Rose, who is a dear friend of mine. Colleen of Washington, D.C. area is a military caregiver for her husband, John. He was deployed in Iraq in 2005, and during his second tour in Afghanistan in 2010, and just 11 months after they were married, John was wounded. He sustained vision loss in his left eye, lost the teeth on one side, and suffered burns on his body and face and extensive fractures. When he returned back home, he and Colleen spent their first nights living under the same roof in the San Antonio Military Medical Center. When John was released from the hospital, but still undergoing surgeries daily, Colleen found the comfort from connecting with other caregivers while living at the Fisher House and providing that operational support. She's still the front line for John. She assists with his medications. It's the first thing she does when she gets up, make sure that his Mediset is set and ready to go. She makes sure he gets to his medical appointments. John and Colleen have a very unique story in that she got to be his caregiver when he came home. And then a couple of years later, he got to return the favor. She is a cancer survivor. And all of the things that she was doing for John, he got to do for her. They were a power couple in that way. They are positivity through and through. And as they both recovered from these major traumas, caring for each other, they eventually got to the point where they wanted to have kids. And they welcomed their first son 2 years ago. First time I met Colleen, we were pregnant at the same time. And my daughter and her son are just 10 days apart. So we've gotten to be supporters of each other on that journey. That medical care, advocating for your care recipients' care at the medical side of things. It can be very difficult. And it's very difficult when the caregiver themselves, who is the one making sure which medications are there, making sure the appointments are made, are left out of the equation. It's important for the medical facilities to practice inclusive care, to understand that there is usually somebody behind the scenes helping this person through the process. It's important to help them feel empowered, that caregiver to feel empowered, and demand that they are part of that care team, because you're going to get a much better care for that care recipient if you have the caregiver on board. They're the ones at home, the front lines of defense there. They can answer questions much better, and sometimes much more truthfully than the person that's there in the room. The Elizabeth Dole Foundation launched the Campaign for Inclusive Care, has focused it at the VA, but is hoping that it doesn't just stop there. That all practitioners of medicine understand this idea, that it's not just the patient. There's usually a whole world supporting that patient. It has the capacity for the entire care team to gain great insight into what is happening with that patient so you can best serve them. So that's one way that you can be a caregiver, is helping with the medical side of things. Another way is providing physical support. Sometimes you have to physically help them move. And that is not something easy to learn. Most caregivers wing it at the beginning. I was hearing the story of the boy going in a wheelchair and having to navigate that. His caregivers were winging it. They were trying to provide the best support that they could to this person. But it helps if you get some support along the way to help do that in a more meaningful way. This is Dave and Melissa. They are in Phoenix, Arizona. Dave had his leg amputated due to his service injuries. Melissa did wound care. She has been his ambulator help while his wound healed. Once healed, she still had to help transport him to and from bed, in and out of his wheelchair, and in and out of the car. Eventually, he also got a prosthetic, and he was able to do some of that ambulating himself. But the caregiver's journey is not linear. A trauma survivor's journey usually is not linear. Dave just had his second leg amputated just last month. So they have kind of gone the full circle of care journey. They're right back at the beginning again. This is what we call the caregiver journey map. Every time I'm feeling really comfortable in the care of my husband, something else pops up and I feel like I'm right back at the beginning. And I need just as much support every time the cycle goes. So you get really good at it. You do learn things along the way, but it cycles. The caregiver journey map really helped me visualize the path that I'm on personally. It helps me tell my story in a more powerful way and a more truthful way for people to understand that that trauma that happened in 2004 is still having ripple effects today in 2023. It's not linear. My story, I'd say I provide mostly emotional support to my husband. I say my job is to make sure he doesn't kill himself as his caregiver. I do whatever I can every day to ensure that he understands that he's worth it. Some days he forgets. Those days are harder. Those days I have a heavier load. But I always come back to remind him, I'm a smart person. I care a lot. There's a reason I chose you as my partner. That he is very worth it. but it does take a toll providing that emotional support. Those of you that were here yesterday saw I came in very emotional because this is the first break I've had in 3 months. It's been a long, cold, dark winter. And weirdly, we've had some of the mildest weather we can have in Chicago, but it's been long and cold and dark. But having things like this, working on this course specifically, has been one of those things that keeps inspiring me and almost folds a blanket over me on these cold, dark times. I don't know how to get that video to play. I think this is the one video that I would like to play. Before it plays, this was a storytelling exercise that I did with some other caregivers. I think it really shows the internal struggle caregivers have providing this emotional support for the trauma that happens. Can you guys click on that?
If you are having a medical or mental health emergency, hang up and dial 911.
My husband is a veteran with PTSD. He is extremely triggered and amped up.
Well, I mean, depending on what time you get here, you know, we'll do the best we can. We deal with this kind of stuff all the time. So I'm sure we're all completely capable of taking care of him if he needs the help. If he needs the help. He needs the help.
tranquilize yourself and wait till Monday? I mean, what kind of choice is that?
The thing about us is that we really have to advocate, not only for our wounded warrior, but we have to advocate for ourselves.
I don't know what I would do without you guys. The VA is supposed to call me today. I'm actually waiting for a call from them anytime, but oh my God. Actually.
Did you get it?
My ringer's off. I missed the call. Let me play it.
Hi there, this is Sandy from the VA calling to let you know that we have scheduled your next mental health appointment with Dr. Johnson on Friday at 1 p.m. on January 11th. Thanks and have a great day.
Did they say January? Did I hear right? They said January.
Jessica, look at the resources that we have. Let's stop waiting for the VA. You have us, we're gonna stay on and we're gonna help you through this.
Absolutely.
We are never alone.
If you love and care for a military veteran with physical or invisible injuries like PTSD or traumatic brain injury, there is hope and there is help. Discover resources and support at hiddenheroes.org/resources and join the caregiver community.
So in that, we experience along this path.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, man. How's it going? Good to see you.
Been a
Good to
minute.
see y'all.
It went to the next video, so. On this path that we encounter problems. And sometimes it's the institutions that are supposed to help us. Does not mean that those institutions are inherently evil. I know personally so many people at the VA, so many employees at the VA that have their heart and soul in what they're doing. And sometimes things fall through the cracks. And that's why something like this course is so important, that when that care that is necessary for our trauma survivors and for the caregivers, that the community helps support and brings there. With that community part of it, providing that emotional support, that I need as much support as I possibly can to keep doing my job of helping my veteran. Another thing that the Elizabeth Dole Foundation gave me was an opportunity to move that into action. And partnered with the Wounded Warrior Project, I was able to write a community navigator grant that the fellows across the nation have access to find ways in our community to really provide that support that maybe some of the institutions have not touched on or are not giving what we need. That small little community navigator grant that I wrote helps keep those connections really strong in putting forth the first annual Chicago Impact Forum for caregivers. And as we kept that machine going, this is where we are today, launching this caregiver course. I might have gone ahead one. The next one is assisting with illness or injury. Mary Ward, husband, has service-connected ALS. She has fought tirelessly to make sure that those conflicted with this get the help and the support that they need across so many avenues. As Tom has regressed in this illness and more of his body is just not working for him anymore, turning against him in ways, her job of providing that support has changed, has morphed At one point, when they first started their lives together, when they were much younger, and I've talked with her many times about what she felt was going to be their journey. And ALS changed that completely. Made her have to get really resourceful into finding ways to provide for her small family and make sure that he gets the support that he needs. I feel like there was another slide that's not coming up, and that's okay. Because we can do it with Tom's painting. One thing that she did was advocate for him to find his passion again, to find something outside of the home because he couldn't work anymore. And he felt such a burden in that he couldn't help provide for his family anymore because he physically was not able to. And so she encouraged him to follow one of his passions. One of his passions was painting. They share a love of art. Mary is a photographer on the side. And I pulled just some of her words on a picture that she took. It's not this picture, but I think it'll work with this one as well. The picture that she took is of a bridge near the beach where she used to take Tom when he could go outside to sit by the beach and paint. She took this picture of this bridge, and it said, "Photographs like this remind me that there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. The beginning can be vast or well-defined or mashed up. As we dig deeper into ALS, my days almost never go as planned. I can't qualify anymore that this happens only when I'm wearing the caregiver cape. The cape is more of like a large umbrella lately, in which separate self often gets lost. In the middle of the day, roll the dice, anything can happen. A joystick on the wheelchair might not work. The cushion on the wheelchair may no longer be comfortable. A brand new handicap van could be delivered, minus working air conditioning, in the South, on the coast, skin rashes, possible blood pressure sores, and the list goes on. All of these things and more go on, and I must pay attention to them. I'm a planner, even though I should know by now not to plan the day. I do it anyways. It feels like giving up, giving in. If we were to stop actively planning, it brings a sense of order to the disorderly, poorly behaving disease. By the end of the day, if I'm on my game, I find gratitude in whatever the day has delivered. Gratitude helps me to find the sun at the end of the boardwalk. It can be something simple, like I found 15 minutes to meditate when it seems like there would be no time. Or I chatted with a friend on direct messaging who I've never met in person, yet we've known each other for a few years, and she sees so much good and never fails to lift me up. Or it's a big gratitude that Tom is still here. ALS didn't win. The beginning, the middle, and the end. We all have them all. Jenny Beeler cares for her husband, Chuck. He's a Vietnam veteran who suffered a stroke, a secondary to diabetes-related Agent Orange exposure. The stroke didn't affect Chuck's personality or intelligence, but it did leave the right side paralyzed and unable to communicate using language. Jenny attends to his activities of daily living, manages his healthcare needs, and keeps the household function. So assisting with those activities of daily living, Chuck cannot do them for himself anymore. And she spends her days being that second body for him. Her favorite days are shower days. I say that in jest, because if you know Jenny, Chuck hates taking showers. And he fights her tooth and nail every time they have to take a shower. But she always looks at that opportunity with humor, because that's what we do in this world, is we try to find that silver lining on the end of some really tough situations. When you are caring for someone else like that, when you're carrying those emotional baggage, when you're caring for those physical injuries, when you're advocating for them, it sometimes can be all consuming, and your entire day is devoted to finding a way to make the joystick on the wheelchair work again, finding a new cushion that fits right, sitting on the phone for hours on hold to get the next medical appointment that is necessary. And there is help for that. The VA is revamping a lot of the respite relief programs that are happening, but the Elizabeth Dole Foundation also has for the caregivers of military and veterans an opportunity to get respite, to get a little bit of help in those daily duties so that they don't overwhelm us. I have personally used it, and I know that break it's hard to put into words. We don't like to get help as caregivers. It's hard for us to say, okay, I need a little bit of help. I've been spinning way too many dishes, and I need somebody to spin this dish for me. So next Saturday, I have somebody coming in who's absolutely lovely through CareLinks. And she's going to spend 4 hours in my home helping me vacuum, mop, put laundry away, reset medicines if I need to, a medical closet. I've heard people using it that way. And I'm going to get 4 hours of my day not having to do that job. And so I might go draw. I might go write. I might just sit in the middle of the floor and play a game with my 2 kids. But that gift of time is invaluable when you're spinning those plates. Advocating for fair treatment. That's a never-ending job. This is my friend Kara. She testified in front of the Senate to tell them the trouble that we were having with the caregiver program. It has not been an easy journey, but our voices are being heard because she was willing to stand up and tell her story. And movement is starting to move in the right direction. I've showed you a lot of stories of partners. Caregivers are not just those life partners. I know parents. I know siblings. I know adult children. And I personally know 2 really cute, tiny, little hidden helpers that every day help their father get through the day. And I know some friends, selfless people that come and check in on their veteran and military friends. The major one I wanted to highlight, I'm going to wrap up here, is that hidden helpers. Elizabeth Dole started this mission, helping us hidden heroes, the caregivers. And our next major mission is to help the kids that are in the home, that are also providing love and support and care in so many of the ways that I do. And having the Hidden Heroes, Hidden Helpers Coalition. So this course that is being developed is one little piece of that puzzle, of that support, of that network that's happening in this community. And like I said, I know I'm focusing on military and veteran, but as America's Test Kitchen for providing that support, I am blown away at not only providing that support for this small community, but the fact that City Colleges, University of Chicago, is expanding that to all trauma survivors. Thank you.
Good morning. Teresa, can I have that slide clicker back? All right. All right. My name's Jess. I'm a licensed clinical social worker by trade, and I'm a community advocate at heart. And guess what? The suicide prevention program, thank you, at the VA actually pays me to do that. So I'm really excited to be here on opening day. Thank you, Dr. Odom, and thank you, University of Chicago, for inviting me to speak on a subject that is so close to my heart. Wherever you guys are, take a breath out, exhale all your air. Please breathe in big, open your mouth, audible exhale. I need you awake and with me for this because the next few minutes could save your life or someone you care about. Suicide's often preventable, and together we can reduce the stigma in seeking help. Oh, thank you. Maybe. I don't know. Left. There we go. You all know better than anyone that veterans don't live, work, and serve in isolation from the community because they are the community. So the issue of suicide in the US today obviously affects the veteran population. And that's why at VA, we're partnering with an extensive network of communities nationwide to prevent suicide among all service members, veterans, and their loved ones, regardless of whether they come to us for care. It's been said multiple times this morning, but no one system can prevent suicide. It's a shared responsibility. And as such, VA has embraced a comprehensive public health approach to preventing veteran suicide. It's one that looks beyond the individual to include family, caregivers, and the community as a whole. Look, we know we can't do this alone. Roughly half of all the veterans in the US currently are not receiving care or benefits from VA. And that means we must collaborate to ensure we're using the best information, the best practices, so we can support all service members, veterans, and their loved ones, whether or not they're engaging with VA. And this public health strategy is called Suicide Prevention 2.0. It uses an upstream approach. We don't want to jump in and rescue you. We want to cast a wide net to catch folks long before they ever fall in. Why? It requires less energy, fewer resources, and it can reach more people. The hardest time to intercept someone is when they're already in a state of crisis. So in the slides to follow, I hate to be the PowerPoint guy, but I have to have some guidance or I will ramble. I'll show you this public health strategy, highlight some of the programming, and give ideas on ways you can get involved. All right. So the VA's national strategy for preventing veteran suicide works as a framework for us to identify our priority areas and organize these community-led efforts. And it works in alignment with research suggesting that the 3 priority areas you see on the screen can help in reducing suicide rates. 1, we want to identify service members, veterans, and their families, and then screen for risk. If folks are not coming to VA, that means that we need to catch them where they are with this message of hope. And we're doing that by inviting community partners to ask the question, have you or anyone close to you ever served in the military? And this enables cultural responsive care and access to all these hidden resources that people didn't know were out there. And of course, we know enhanced suicide risk screening in healthcare settings allows professionals to recognize and then prevent self-harm. Number 2, promote connectedness and improve care transitions. Connectedness to others is one of the most important protective factors against suicide. I cannot say it enough. And then providing caring contacts from discharge from one care setting to another makes it more likely that folks will adhere to their treatment recommendations, and it can reduce suicide attempts. Number 3, increase lethal means safety and safety planning. If you don't hear anything else that I say today, please know this, that limiting access to lethal means during a period of crisis makes it more likely that a person will delay or survive a suicide attempt. And creating a personal safety plan is a clinical intervention that helps people mitigate their stress and can reduce suicidal feelings. You said go left, so I should go right. All right. What does it all mean? Community based interventions for suicide prevention is a unifying model, and it casts that wide net to reach veterans from the national level all the way to the folks next door. So nationally, VA is conducting cutting edge research. We're funding multimedia campaigns. We're partnering with the National Shooting Sports Foundation and a lot more. On the state level, the Illinois Governor's Challenge, which I am proud to be a part of, is a collaboration between VA and SAMHSA where local leaders and policymakers get together and we create comprehensive suicide prevention plans that work in our community. My role as a community engagement and partnerships coordinator for suicide prevention is to support these community-led coalitions for service member and veteran suicide prevention. And alongside community engagement, you might be aware that your local VA also has suicide prevention coordinators. Together, we reach out, we plan events, we educate the community, all while preserving their critical role as that frontline support to high-risk veterans. And if you look at the diagram, community is at the center of everything, because if we don't have our community support, our mission will fail. In Chicago, I have the pleasure of standing up some of these coalitions and supporting them to sustainment. And we do stuff like we host weekly veteran coffee socials. We increase access to mental health care and reduce stigmas through podcast episodes, public service announcements. We engage in lethal means safety through gun lock distribution. By the way, there's a table of them outside the doors, please take, and lockbox packing parties. We're committed to connectedness. We work alongside county, city governments, first responders, and sometimes we walk alongside suicide loss survivors and caregivers, and I get a chance to hug them while they tell their story. But above everything else, we're committed to reaching every service member, veteran, and their supporter with the message of hope. You know, that suicide's preventable, and we need your help to do that. Suicide is often preventable. Preventative treatment works. Guys, every day there's people reaching out, getting help, and then they go on to lead healthy and productive lives. A little housekeeping before we start. It could be an intense topic. If you need to take a break, this has been a long morning, please do so. Grab some water, and if you need someone to talk to, I'm available after the presentation. Also like to draw your attention to immediate resources that are always available. The National Suicide Prevention Lifeline, 1-800-273-8255. We now have the added ease of just dialing 988, and service members and veterans will press 1 to reach the VA side of that. Not too much data, because I'm not the data expert, and I know that it loses people, but you could see here the average number of veteran suicides per day is steadily declining. And you'll hear this number hotly debated. Is it 22? Is it 17? Frankly, I don't care. The point is that one veteran suicide a day is too many. And that's why I do this work. The time between when someone decides to die by suicide and when they take action on that decision is often very short. A 2005 study showed that 71% of suicide attempters estimated the entire process took less than an hour. So that really underscores the importance of placing some time and space between a lethal mean and someone who's struggling. If you look to the pyramid diagram, you'll see that most suicide attempts involving a firearm end in death. And that's compared to just 5% mortality outcomes for all other mechanisms combined. And the reason that I'll talk so much about firearms is that most suicide attempts by first responders and veterans involve firearms. Right, so when I was working in the mental health intake clinic at the VA, and needed to help someone's safety plan, we would get very specific about what to do with weapons when there was a crisis. We want to make sure that weapons and medications are safely stored. And I know it's a tough topic to talk about. There's organizations like the Overwatch Project that can help people talk to their buddies about firearms when you're concerned for their safety. It's not an easy thing to bring up, and it's a necessary thing to bring up. So people would have their family members hold the keys to their firearms or their medication just until the crisis passes. Some people would opt to have their buddies remove the weapons entirely from the home, placing even more time and distance between the thought and action. Some firearm retailers and ranges have safe storage options when people are in crisis, temporary. And organizations like Hold My Guns can help you locate those resources. One of the community coalitions I'm a part of, we recently had a firearm lockbox packing event, and we invited veterans and their families to come and bring pictures or ribbons, mementos, things that reminded them of their purpose and their reason to live, to put in those boxes. And we had music and food and therapy dogs. A lot of people spent some time just petting the dogs, and that was cool. It was a really fun event. So you can see there's a lot of creative ways to put time and space between a suicidal thought, something that's lethal, and the person who's struggling. I want you to know, besides the fact that means do matter, that 90% of people who attempt suicide never go on to die by suicide. Okay, and most people are not going to seek out an alternate means. So if we're able to secure whatever means they've identified by which to die, they have a much better chance of survival. Is this available to play the video? I was told that our virtual audience couldn't.
Wait, you look so normal. Is it loud over there in the war zone? Are you sick of hollow gestures and meaningless nods of understanding?
Insane out there, huh?
Of civilians who think they know what you've been through?
I know you've been through.
Thank you for your services. Are you tired of being repeatedly thanked and told you're a hero?
We knew we weren't going to win that one. Thank you for your service.
While you feel like a liability? Are you sick of statistics because you're so confident you'll never become one? And sucking up wounds that no one else can see? Crisis can happen unexpectedly to anyone. And though it may seem like a small barrier, a simple lock puts space between the thought and the trigger. Learn how securing your guns can help prevent suicide.
Thanks. That's an example of one of the PSAs. We have 15, 30, and 60-second spots. You don't need our permission to download and distribute those. Those are in the public domain. Oh, can you admit? Yeah, thanks. Okay. So suicide is the matrix of really complex risk and protective factors, and they occur on a personal, community, and societal level. And what I mean by that is that there's no singular cause that someone dies by suicide. Even though when we're grieving after a loss like that, we're grasping for answers. We want to assign meaning to it. Like they just broke up with their significant other, that must be why, or he just lost his job. But the truth is that every day people get dumped, they endure crises, they get fired, and they don't attempt suicide. So there's no magic formula we can use to predict exactly who will die by suicide. So what we do instead is we try to identify the risk factors you see here, to target them and reduce them, while also identifying protective factors and then enhancing those. I'm going to go over some of these risk factors, and hopefully you take some of this away. Recent loss, any major loss or transition is a huge theme to pay attention to. So if someone's struggling and they experience a major loss, you want to be on high alert. And that could be a loss of relationship through death or divorce. It could be a loss of a job, which leads to financial instability. Maybe the savings get wiped out, the car's repossessed, and then it's even harder to find a new job. So you can see how these kinds of loss really compound. And legal issues are a huge loss for folks. The loss of freedom, a loss of dignity, medical issues, a loss of functioning, a loss of purpose and mission. So if you know someone who's experiencing a major life transition or loss, please pay attention. And I will cover some of the other risk factors you might notice. Mental health issues, things like PTSD, severe depression, anxiety, bipolar. And people can have these diagnoses and the symptoms are stable, they're leading healthy, normal lives, but I'm talking about folks that are struggling. Whether or not they're engaged in care, they're having a hard time managing their symptoms. They're much more vulnerable then for suicide than someone who maybe doesn't. And there's a caveat to this, which is that many people who die by suicide never had a formally diagnosed mental health issue. So it isn't a predictive factor all on its own. It's when it's wrapped into this matrix of risk factors. There's a direct correlation between substance use and suicide. Increased impulsivity, decreased inhibition, right? A lot of times people will isolate when they're using. That means that they'll lose family, relationships, maybe jobs, and then we're back to that first theme of loss. Some substances are depressants all on their own, like alcohol, benzodiazepines, opioids, and then the come down from stimulants like cocaine and meth can be devastating. Many people we know are using drugs and alcohol to self-medicate and try to manage these symptoms. Access to lethal means. Again, it was said earlier, if you have a firearm in your home, your risk for death by suicide goes up exponentially compared to someone who doesn't. And that's not just for the weapons owner, that's for anyone in the home. So at VA, we have free gun locks. You can go to any clinic. You can even go to the front desk. We don't want to know about your weapon. We just want to make sure that it's secure and that you and your loved ones are safe. And the biggest risk factor on the screen is a prior suicide attempt. So if you know someone who's attempted suicide in the past, and maybe it was many years ago, like even decades, and they're in a fresh crisis, they are more vulnerable than someone who's never attempted suicide. And the reason why this is true and why veterans and first responders have an elevated suicide risk is linked. Dr. Thomas Joyner, an expert in suicide research and someone who has contracted with the Department of Defense and Veterans Affairs on what can we do to reduce the suicide rate, believes that we need an acquired ability to override our natural survival instinct. And it's really hard to do. We have a lot of built-in mechanisms to keep us alive. If you think about it, someone takes an overdose, the body will vomit. They cut themselves, blood clots, or it hurts, so they stop. Very many people who are serious about dying will stop in the middle of a suicide attempt and go, what am I doing? I want to live. But some folks, if they've attempted suicide in the past, they were able to override that survival instinct to some degree. And then it gets a little easier and easier until the outcome is fatal. Veterans, first responders, as a course of training, have completed drill after drill. And that's so they can do their jobs automatically, expertly, to mission complete. And so to some degree, that survival instinct is programmed out of them. I mean, you look at any tragic situation like a mass shooting, natural disaster, combat, civilians are running away and service members and first responders are running toward the danger. So if you know someone whose job exposes them to violence, crisis, death on a regular basis, when they enter their own personal crisis, they're a lot more vulnerable than someone who's maybe an accountant, not to discredit their struggles. Something I would often ask people who are experiencing these risk factors and who I know maybe have had suicidal thoughts is, you've been having these thoughts for a while. Have you done anything to prepare to die? Have you done anything to practice or try to end your life? And hopefully the answer would be no. And then I would say, what is preventing you from acting on these thoughts? And that gives me an opportunity to zero in on protective factors that individual has. And a lot of things I hear are, I have a daughter I want to raise. I'd like to finish school. Who is going to take care of my dog? You see, and that gives me an opportunity to zero in on these protective factors. Some of those, and especially, are connectedness. I see this every day in my coalition work in the community, that a sense of connectedness is like unparalleled. One example I have is Merging Vets and Players, MVP. Their Chicago chapter here has a workout every Wednesday night. Afterwards, they have a huddle. And that's where combat veterans and former athletes can get together and they unburden. In a protected environment with peers who understand them, they can be themselves. And I have to tell you that the sense of family that comes out of that is just a beautiful thing to watch. I see your hand. I don't know if we can take questions because the virtual audience might not be able to hear, but I'm happy to answer after. Is that okay? Okay. Sorry, I didn't want to ignore you. Problem solving skills. If you're adept at problem solving, you're going to be able to see multiple ways out of your issue. I mean, probably all of us in here have been in some kind of crisis, right? Like I have. In the middle of it, it feels like it's never going to end. There's no way out. And then when we emerge, we can see all those multiple solutions to our problem. If somebody has that skill already, and maybe they've learned it through connection with mental health care or some of the programming I just mentioned, they have much better success rate when they enter their own crisis. That's up here too. Another protective factor is access to mental health care. Whether that's individual therapy, group therapy, rec therapy, if someone has an outlet and a way to build those coping tools, they have better outcomes. A sense of spirituality, a belief in something higher than themselves, which can also lead to a sense of mission and purpose. I work with a lot of veterans who are themselves 100% service connected, disabled, and they give back to the community on a regular basis. One veteran in particular is not shy about how lost he was before he found his current organization, the Travis Manion Foundation. And he and his service dog, Mr. Kim, give back to the community every day. They get to teach other people how to mentor youth in Chicago. And that guy has a smile on his face no matter what. I'm telling you, like every time I see him, it's just beautiful to watch, a renewed sense of purpose and hope. So if you have your basic needs met, problem solving skills, and people to rally around you, your outcomes when you enter a crisis are a lot better. And it doesn't seem like a lot, but even just friends and family members to send a text, there's been ample research on that fact, that support matters. Here are some waving red flags for suicidal thinking. If someone's talking about feeling hopeless, helpless, like a burden to other people, they are a lot more likely to talk about that than they are to walk up to you and go, hey, I'm thinking about killing myself. So when you hear people talking in terms of never or always, and there's a finality to it, and they feel like they just can't get out or they don't want to bother you, it might be time to start asking questions about suicide. And please, when people are joking about suicide, pay attention to that. That might be the only way someone has to express themselves. I've heard a lot of people, unfortunately, lose someone to suicide, and they say to me, Jess, there weren't any signs. I didn't know. And then we go over some of this stuff and they say, yeah, actually, yeah, but I didn't know that was what I was supposed to look for. So, big changes in moods, anxiety, agitation, rage. Maybe somebody is kind of cranky at their baseline, but now they're snapping out in rage. Or someone is an anxious person, but it's off the charts and they're not sleeping. And by the way, there's a direct correlation between suicide and lack of sleep. If someone is truly not sleeping for several days, that is a medical emergency and we need to get them help right away. Engaging in risky behaviors. So maybe someone isn't ready or able to hurt themselves in the way that we're talking about it right now, but they're engaging in more risky behaviors, like they're driving erratically, they're using more substances with people they don't know in dangerous areas. They could even be abusing like prescription medication. Say somebody takes 10 Ambien because they can't sleep, and you talk to them about how dangerous that is, and you ask, like, were you trying to die? They might say something like, no, but I didn't care if I did. That's what I'm talking about. I also had a veteran who he was in a suicidal crisis, and he told me that he repeatedly went into the neighborhood adjacent to him because he knew there was heightened gang activity and he was hoping he would get shot. So when people are engaging in risky behaviors, when they're withdrawing from friends and family, they're not returning your texts or calls, they're not showing up to things that they typically enjoy, this is a time we want to begin screening. How to ask the question. Are you thinking about killing yourself? And see, this is a lot better when it's padded with some empathy. Maybe you can normalize and contextualize it for them. Like, hey, when people are going through a divorce, they often feel lost. They feel like they can't go on. Have you ever had thoughts like that? Have you ever had thoughts about wanting to die? And it's gonna be uncomfortable. I am highly trained to screen for suicide. I have asked these questions hundreds of times. And when I'm waiting for the response, I get nervous. It is okay to be nervous. When you ask someone a question like this, you have the opportunity to normalize their experience and their pain. Remember that suicide is this matrix of complex issues, and any one of us in this room has the capacity to enter that suicidal mode. It's not reserved, it doesn't discriminate. It can be anybody. So pad it with empathy. Know that you could be nervous and that's still okay. But I do want you to ask it directly. Don't ask it like this. You're not thinking about killing yourself, are you? Why? Because that's judgmental. And as humans, we all want to be understood. We all want to be loved and heard. The biggest reason that people tell me that they haven't disclosed they were having suicidal thoughts is because they didn't want to be judged as crazy or like there's something wrong with them. Their words, not mine. Right. So we want to be empathetic, non-judgmental. You can ask the question, like I said, in a way that flows in conversation, framing it with context. You don't have to stand up in the middle of family dinner and say, hey, Jerry, I heard you were suicidal. That's not the time or place. But please don't wait until someone's halfway out the door to address this if you care about them. Okay, and what if they say yes? Then what? We validate the experience, like I said. Be open, inviting, open-ended questions, open body language and posture. Try not to cross your arms. Make eye contact. You may be the first person that someone has ever talked to about this. So just let them talk. Just let them talk. Don't pass judgment. Don't argue. And I know that sounds like, duh, why would I argue with someone who's in pain? But what I mean is, well, what about your mom? How will she feel? Or don't you think suicide is a sin? That can immediately invalidate somebody's pain, and their experience is very real. You don't need special training to make someone else feel special. I can't imagine what you're going through right now. I'm so sorry. And then encourage them that there is help available and that you're going to help them. If you've identified that someone is acutely suicidal, please do not leave them alone. Stay with them. Please do not promise to keep it a secret. That's a promise you don't want to keep. You can try to get the person to seek immediate help. You can call 911 or 988 with them. You can talk to their doctor. But whatever you do, keep reassuring them that help is there, help is available, and you will help them. Because remember, you're the person that they've opened up to about this. So I've talked a lot about really intense, heavy subject in a short amount of time. But what about you? What about the caregivers? I talk repeatedly about creating a safety plan for the person that you're caring for as an essential tool to mitigate stress and reduce suicidal feelings, and it is. I would go further to say that creating your own safety plan as a caregiver should be a prerequisite. We know that you want to care for your care recipient. We know that. And your well-being is so important too. So if you visit www.caregiver.va.gov, you can find the VA Suicide Prevention Toolkit for Caregivers. And it has detailed instructions and specific examples on how to build these safety plans. You can build one for yourself too. I would say in my community organizing and advocacy work with coalitions in Cook County, I've also heard time and time again from loss survivors and caregivers that the heart-to-heart connection they feel in this type of work in the community space really feeds their souls. You know, so it's not just about saving first responders, trauma survivors, and veterans. It's about connecting their supporters and then reducing the community's overall risk for suicide. I said I didn't have stats, but I do a little bit. So 1 in 5 American adults is a caregiver for another adult, and 14% of those are caregivers for veterans. There hasn't been a lot of direct research on caregiving and suicidal behavior. Not a lot of studies have directly compared caregivers to non-caregivers, and then some of the studies out there have returned contradictory results. But I will say that suicide risk among caregivers seems to be related to the specific circumstances of their caregiving rather than them being a caregiver as their status. Caregivers with high and medium distress phenotypes are more likely to care for a veteran with PTSD, severe depression, and suicidal ideation, while those with mild distress phenotypes care for someone with a physical health condition. And it should also be noted that caregivers with a high distress phenotype are 28 times more likely to report their own suicidal thoughts than the low distress phenotype. We have a lot of resources available. I'm not sure how I'm doing on time. But I will make these slides available. If nothing else, remember 988, press 1. People have told me, Jess, I wasn't suicidal, so I didn't dial 988. You don't have to be. If you're questioning whether or not to call, call. We want to hear from you. Oh. And there are free VA mental health apps, PTSD coach, mindfulness, couples, insomnia, and the list goes on. I think I'm out of time, but also train.org. This is a learning tool where you can get access to some of the trainings that I have access to as a VA clinician, and we want to arm the community with the same resources that we have. Stay connected. Yeah, I thank you so much for your time and attention. I would like to now introduce Catherine Miller, Caregiver Support Program Coordinator for the Jesse Brown VA, and she'll tell you a lot more about the resources available to caregivers through VA. Thanks.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Jess. And I want to thank the City Colleges of Chicago and University of Chicago and all the partners involved in this initiative for inviting me to speak to you about the vital resources and supports that are available for caregivers of veterans. Right. See if I can work this doohickey here. Oh, thank you. All right, so I do have some statistics. You know, we are a data-driven program, and we provide evidence-based services, so we rely a lot on data and statistics. Again, my name is Catherine Miller, and I'm the coordinator of the Program of General Caregiver Support Services, and I go over the program umbrella and the 2 specific programs within that umbrella of caregiver support at Jesse Brown. So this data is actually from a couple of years ago, but there are currently about 5.5 million caregivers nationwide who are caring for a former or current military personnel. Now, almost 96% of these caregivers are women, with 70% of them providing care to a spouse or a partner. So then we have not only the role of the caregiver, we have the dynamic sometimes of a marital relationship or a partner relationship that can complicate caregiving and provide some additional stress to the caregiver. Now, 30% of veterans caregivers provide support for approximately 10 years or more. So you can imagine the day-to-day duties of a caregiver over a course of 10 years or more. And that's compared to 15% as opposed to 30% of caregivers nationally who provide care for 10 years or more. Now, almost 80% of caregivers report increased stress or anxiety, with 77% noting that sleep deprivation is a major concern. So we'll talk about how we provide resources to caregivers. Mental health services are available to caregivers because of the stress that can come from being in the role of a caregiver. Another statistic that I found that's not on this slide, so I want to put everything in perspective. Family caregivers, and this data is from 2019, family caregivers provide $470 billion in unpaid, uncompensated care to their care recipients. So you can imagine if our healthcare system had to absorb the cost of that care that's provided by caregivers, the strain it would put on a system that's already overburdened. That's why it's so important for us to support caregivers. And I just want to acknowledge not just caregivers of veterans, but caregivers of first responders, including police, fire, and all family caregivers, because I am a previous and a current family caregiver. And maybe if I have some time, I will be able to share with you a little bit about my caregiving journey. Now, I want to highlight the mission statement because the Caregiver Support Program's mission statement drives everything that we do. And our mission statement is to promote the health and well-being of family caregivers who care for our nation's veterans through education, resources, support, and services. Now, I believe it was the Elizabeth Dole Foundation that sponsored some research by the RAND Corporation, and they determined that the best way to support a disabled veteran or a veteran in need of care is to support the veteran's caregiver. That's how you provide the best possible outcomes for the veteran, is to support his caregiver. So our program has pillars. Inclusive care, Teresa shared about the campaign for inclusive care. And then once again, that is a campaign to incorporate family caregivers as a vital part of the veterans treatment team. And that is very important because they are the ears and the eyes. A provider will spend maybe 20 minutes during a visit with a veteran and a patient, but caregivers spend the entire day. So they absolutely know what's going on and they're familiar with the needs of the veteran. So that's why the campaign Inclusive Care is so important. Education and training, and this is absolutely vital. The more you know and the more resources and knowledge you have, the more confident you can be in your role as a caregiver. When I became a family caregiver, I actually just got catapulted into a crash course in caregiving. So I learned as I went along, which can be positive, but it can be also stressful. You might make mistakes, you might miss something. So the education and support that we provide for caregivers can give them that confidence and that knowledge in their role. Trusted partnerships. We are all about partnerships. We realize that the VA cannot do everything. As big as the VA system is, we can't do everything. So we depend on valuable external and community-based partnerships, like the Elizabeth Dole Foundation. There's a program at Rush Hospital called Rush Road Home that provides services for caregivers and veterans, and so many different partnerships. There are a lot of wonderful community-based organizations that are providing resources and supports. So we want to know who they are. We want to partner with them. We want to support them and promote those services to our caregivers and our veterans. And also service excellence drives everything that we do. One thing we talk about now at the VA, we want the Jesse Brown VA to be the provider of choice for our veterans, because we know they can go somewhere else and get health care. They don't have to come to Jesse Brown. So we have to up our game to make sure that we are seen as the provider of choice for our veterans, and the Caregiver Support Program has that same standard of excellence as the medical facility. All right. So I mentioned that there are two programs within the Caregiver Support Program. The first program is called the Program of Comprehensive Assistance for Family Caregivers. PCAFC, a presenter mentioned that the military loves acronyms. So I don't know if the VA got jealous, decided that they want is just as many acronyms as the military does. But the VA, we love us some acronyms. We have one for everything. They put out a booklet of acronyms and it's about this thick. So PCFC is a program of comprehensive assistance for family caregivers. This is the oldest program under that umbrella. Now the differences in this program, it does have an application and an assessment process. And we at the Caregiver Support Program can guide you through that process. And it's for veterans with what we call moderate to severe caregiver needs. So these are veterans who, without the daily hands-on assistance of a caregiver, would be at risk of requiring placement in like a skilled nursing facility. So this is what this program is geared for. And in acknowledgement of the role and the effort and everything that goes into the role of a family caregiver, PCAFC provides a monthly stipend to caregivers and in addition to other supportive services. So that's kind of a snapshot of PCAFC. And the next program is, we call it the general program because we get tongue-tied saying all these titles over and over again. But the formal title is the Program of General Caregiver Support Services. That's the program that I coordinate at Jesse Brown, PGCSS. Now this program is considered the backbone to the entire program because we develop and maintain a lot of the educational and support resources that support PCAFC. Now, the thing about PGCSS, it does not require an application. There is an enrollment process, and it's open to veterans with any level of caregiver needs. So it doesn't have to be moderate to severe. If a veteran has care needs and he has identified a family caregiver, I want to emphasize, like Teresa did, that a caregiver could be a family member, a spouse, a child, a neighbor. I had the pleasure of speaking to a veteran who was a caregiver to another veteran. They served together. So this veteran, for his fellow veteran, he made sure that he got to his appointments. He made sure that he took his medications. He made sure that he had meals. He helped him with bathing. So that was his family caregiver. I always say that there's a difference between relatives and family. You can have relatives, but that doesn't mean that they're family. And in the vernacular, we say all kinfolk ain't skin folk. So it's up to the veteran to identify who his caregiver is. It's not left up to us. So I want to emphasize that. So all the supportive services under PCAFC are available under PGCSS. And so if you have any questions about that, we'll tell you how to get hooked up with us and we can walk you through the process. So the Caregiver Support Program has been in existence for quite a while. Initially, we provided PCAFC to post 9/11 veterans who were injured in 9/11 and after. And that came about because all of these veterans, these service members were returning with all these, injuries and they were disabled. And then many times they had, because they were younger, they had young spouses or even parents who were left to care for them. So that's how PCAFC came about. But currently, the Mission Act of 2018, because we saw the need, we have not just post 9/11 veterans, we have Desert Storm, the Gulf War. We have Vietnam veterans still with us. We have World War II and Korean conflict veterans that are still with us, and their caregivers needed support too. So Mission Act provided for expansion of PCAFC. Now we did it in phases, and we're currently in the final phase. So I'm going to kind of skip over this because the first phase was to Vietnam era and before. But I want to emphasize that the Caregiver Support Program is available to caregivers of veterans in any service era. All righty. So what's the qualifications? We do have some what we call administrative eligibility standards to guide us, to who is available, who's eligible for the program. Now, in addition to being eligible for VA healthcare, that's one of the criteria. You have to be eligible and registered for care at the VA. And one of the other requirements is, I haven't advanced my slides, I've been running my mouth. Okay, so for PCAFC, a veteran has to have at least a 70% service connected rating. So service connection is where the VA acknowledges that the veteran has incurred an injury, a serious injury, and provides service connected compensation for that injury. Things like PTSD, certain conditions that are caused by exposure to Agent Orange and other factors can result in a veteran being service connected. So a veteran has to have at least a 70% or more service connected rating. That's for a single injury or for a combined injury. And now they had this criteria right here, but currently, like I said, all service areas are eligible for our program. And another great thing about PCAFC is that an active duty service member who is undergoing a medical discharge can actually apply and be approved to this program before they actually separate from the military. That happened. We helped a service member, I think he was in his 30s, who was undergoing a medical discharge. So we were able to evaluate him and enroll him. So when he stepped out, when he separated from the military, he was already approved and his caregiver was set up to receive a monthly stipend. So those undergoing a medical discharge can actually qualify and apply for the program. Now, when we talk about the personal care services that make you eligible, we're talking about two things, what we call activities or daily living. These are the things that everyone has to perform that we often take for granted: bathing, dressing, feeding yourself, ambulating, not just walking, getting out of the bed, or transferring from a chair to a wheelchair, or transferring from a wheelchair to a vehicle. All these things, activities of daily living that we take for granted. That's what we're looking at. So the veteran has to need assistance with one of these activities, at least one, each and every time they perform that activity. And that need must last for 6 months or longer. So for instance, if a veteran had a medical procedure and operation and he needed assistance just on a temporary basis, that veteran might not qualify for the program. We're talking about veterans who will require assistance for 6 months or more. And what else can qualify you for PCAFC is what we call the need for supervision, protection, and instruction. Now, some of our veterans have conditions that require them to have supervision to keep them safe in the home and the community. Conditions like severe post-traumatic stress disorder, neurological conditions, Parkinson's, ALS, some severe mental health conditions, like a lot of times mental health conditions that involve psychosis. You have a break with reality and you need daily supervision. So you can qualify for PCAFC on the basis of that without needing assistance with an activity of daily living. A lot of our veterans require both, but you can qualify for either needing assistance with an activity of daily living or supervision, protection, or instruction. So we talk about all this stuff. So consider having to do this type of thing every day. Get your care recipient out of bed, convince them sometimes to get out of bed, get them to help them with their hygiene. Sometimes you have to convince them to attend to their hygiene because of depression or other mental conditions. So think of all that caregivers do on a daily basis. This is what we call our why. This is why we're here. That can be a huge challenge for caregivers. So also please note that many of our caregivers could have minor children in the home. They could be employed outside the home. They could be at the same time as taking care of a spouse or a veteran care recipient. Many of them are taking care of an elderly parent at the same time. So consider that. So that's why we're here. That's why we do what we do. That drives everything that we do. All right. over that. Okay, so what do we provide along with these programs? Okay. So for the Program of Comprehensive Assistance for Family Caregivers, PCAFC, you get all the services within PGCS, and those are the educational support resources. But some of the things I want to highlight is that we provide telephone support groups. Another acronym, REACH VA, Resources for Enhancing All Caregivers' Health. Yay, I did it. So REACH VA is an evidence-based intervention that provides telephone support. We also do it one-on-one, and we cover challenges that are, common to caregivers. For one thing, communication with both your care recipient and with the care recipient's providers. I don't know if you've ever had the challenge of trying to communicate with a medical provider who is thinking, in the medical model term, but you're thinking of the day-to-day term. That's a challenge. Problem solving. When you're under stress, your ability to problem solve can become impaired. So REACH VA provides assistance with that. And we have modules specific to PTSD, dementia, I know a traumatic brain injury, and we have a general offering. So any caregiver will be able to participate in REACH VA. Another thing is really great is we have a text messaging support program. Now, a lot of our caregivers, because of their caregiving duties, they don't have time to attend a seminar or a class. But what the text messaging system does, a caregiver can sign up for text messages, and Annie will text them. Have you taken time to breathe today? Have you taken time to rest? Or information about dementia. So you can get a text and get a reminder on your cell phone. So that is a great way for caregivers who can't participate in some of our other programs to get some support. We have evidence-based training and education groups. We have one called Caregivers First. And the importance of belonging to a caregiver community has been mentioned several times. And one of the greatest benefits, besides the knowledge that you can put in your toolkit, is that opportunity to be in the presence of people who are going through the same thing that you're going through. There's nothing like talking to somebody who knows what you're talking about. People can sympathize, but when you have someone who has been in shoes or is in their shoes, that's a powerful thing. So that's what these educational support groups provide. Peer support, a caregiver can be linked with a more experienced caregiver as a mentor. There's a national caregiver support line that you can call and just talk and get information about VA resources and other things. Jess talked about suicide prevention training. We have it specifically for caregivers of veterans. And the one thing you can't discount in suicide prevention is the power of the relationship. I have a few letters after my name. Jess has some letters after their name. A lot of us have letters after their name. But someone who has that close, trusting, one-on-one relationship with a veteran can be a powerful tool in suicide prevention. Because one thing you have established is that trust. I can't tell you, I was in outpatient mental health as a therapist, and I would be talking to a veteran like, oh, you have to say that. You have to say you care. You get paid to say you care. But when a spouse or a family member or a friend is sitting there and say, I care, then the veteran knows that they care. So we aim with SAVE is to demystify the issue of suicide and give caregivers the tools that they need to successfully support a veteran who's having suicidal thoughts. There are self-care courses caregivers can take. We did one on chair yoga not too long ago, which was really great. I think there's one on mindfulness that we did that was really great. And the enhanced services for PCFC, beneficiary travel. So if a veteran has to travel for a medical procedure, or if there's a treatment that's not available at the local VA and he has to travel, well, the VA will cover the veteran's travel, but PCFC will cover the caregiver's travel so they can accompany to the veterans to that treatment. So that's a great benefit. We talked about enhanced respite. Now with the VA's kind of veterans healthcare package, he gets a certain amount of hours for respite care. Well, PCFC can give you hours beyond that. So when you exhaust the benefit that comes with the healthcare package, if it's clinically indicated, you can get additional respite hours, and respite is very important for caregivers. Now, if a caregiver does not have health care insurance, in PCAFC, they're eligible for what we call CHAMP VA, so they can get medical coverage for themselves, because it's important that caregivers take care of themselves and be able to go to their own wellness visits and their own doctor's visits. Counseling services. Now, this is relatively new. We talked about the stresses of caregiving. What can happen when you are a caregiver, the day-to-day responsibilities of a caregiver, along with your own responsibilities of daily life. That can result in the caregiver experiencing anxiety or depression. One of the main issues that we come across with our caregivers is what happens, or the lack of understanding about the veteran's condition. PTSD, why does my veteran isolate himself? Why is he so jumpy all the time? Why is he triggered by the smell of certain foods or even a sound or music? So a lot of times caregivers need what we call psychoeducation. They can have access to VA mental health services and get that information. Oh, that's why every time we go out to eat, my veteran has to sit at the back near the door. That's why when we're driving, my veteran has to have a certain amount of distance from the vehicle in front of them and does not like having vehicles on either side of them. A lot of people don't understand that, but veterans with PTSD who have, driven in convoys in combat, they see traffic differently than the average person, and that can provoke a lot of anxiety. So caregivers can learn to understand that. And also through participation in VA mental health services, caregivers can learn coping skills. We can't totally eliminate the veteran's condition. It's either be a chronic condition that the veteran has to live with for the rest of his life, but we can teach you how to better cope with that condition. So that is a wonderful benefit. And we appreciate the partnership that we developed with our outpatient mental health at Jesse Brown to provide that. And a lot of caregivers are taking advantage of it. And we talked about the monthly stipend. There is a financial impact on caregiving. Countless caregivers had to give up their employment in order to be a full-time caregiver. So that's less income coming into the house, but the bills don't stop coming into the house. So a caregiver gets a monthly stipend, and that has helped a lot. And I know I just talked about financial stressors being a major risk factor for suicide. So that stipend can help alleviate some of those financial stressors. Yes. Well, I'm not sure what's going on, but currently I can tell you is that they're reevaluating the eligibility criteria for the program because we want to make sure that it fits the needs of the veterans. Now, how that will impact the number of caregivers enrolled in our program, I cannot tell you. So there is, our VA secretary was very concerned that our eligibility criteria did not meet the needs of our veteran population. So they're revisiting that. Like I said, I don't know about how that's going to end out, but let me know that we are dedicated to continue to support veterans and caregivers through PCAFC. But we'll just have to watch and see what happens with that. All right. So if you want to know more about PCFC or our program in general, you can actually apply online. And that's the easiest way to get an application to us. So there's that wonderful website, www.caregiver.va.gov. You can learn about our programs. You can actually sign up for email lists to get updates about questions like you asked about what's going on with the criteria. You can learn about our different programs. You can get connected to, oh, I just popped out oh my gosh, I'm dangerous. Okay. See, that's why, and I'm not allowed to run with scissors either, just to let you know. Okay, so you can access that website and apply online. You can download a paper application. Not everyone is tech savvy. I want to get a hard copy of that application and I want to fill that out and send it in. Or you can actually walk in to your local VA and say, hey, I want to apply for the program of comprehensive assistance. And someone in our program will assist you in applying. And when you talked about the eligibility again, to be eligible for the program, you have to be eligible for and enrolled in VA healthcare. So if you're a caregiver of a veteran and you're not sure of their eligibility or enrollment status, you can contact us and we can help you with that process. Once again, we talked about the requirements of needing assistance with activities of daily living. And we're talking about the program of general caregiver support services. Let me backtrack. Now, for PGCSS, there is no service connected requirement. So that means that we can provide support and educational resources to caregivers of veterans, all service areas, even if the veteran is not service connected, because we have veterans who are not service connected, they can apply, they could be eligible for PGCSS. And basically you have to have a veteran who's enrolled in VA healthcare who has identified a caregiver. Once again, that doesn't have to be a spouse or a child or a blood relative. They could identify a friend, a fellow veteran, a fellow battle buddy as their caregiver. But they are eligible for the REACH VA. They're eligible for mental health services. They're eligible for the anti-text messages. They're eligible to contact the National VA National Caregiver Support Line. So the major distinction between the two programs is that a monthly stipend is provided to a PCFC approved caregiver. However, there is no stipend associated with PGCSS. All right. So we say that's a lot of information. And I always say about the VA system, it's a wonderful system because there's so many resources available. It's also a very challenging system for the same reason. There's so many resources and information available. Where do I start? Well, you can start at Jesse Brown by calling, let's see if it will work. Oh, we have a caregiver support triage line, 312-569-5865. You can call and leave a message, say, I have questions about eligibility. I have questions about a program. We'll call you and help you with that. You can actually contact me. My number is 312-933-1501. I have an email address, Catherine.Miller14. There are 14 of us, Catherine Millers in the VA system. Who knew? At va.gov. So once again, for PGCSS, they get access to REACH VA, Caregiver Support Line, Caregiver Training and Education, self-care courses. And another thing is just navigating that whole Byzantine system of the VA healthcare system, and community resources too. And that's why community partnerships are so important. We can connect you with community resources that can assist or kind of be an adjunct to the care you get at the VA. All right, I'm not going to go over our list of people because that has changed. People move on, but we have a dedicated team. Everyone that's here is focused on that mission and purpose for the caregiver support program. So I want to take off my coordinator hat for a minute and put on my caregiver hat, because I am a former caregiver of a military veteran. My father served in World War II. He actually fought in 5 theaters at World War II, traveled overseas in a submarine. He never talked about it. My father was a man of few words. And the only thing he said to me about the military, he said, I'll give you a piece of advice about the military. He said, never volunteer for anything. And I'm not sure what that meant. Maybe someone, can explain that to me, a veteran or a military personnel can explain that to me. So I became his caregiver. He was diagnosed with terminal cancer in July. One day he was able to walk and drive on his own. The next day he woke up, and because his cancer had metastasized to his spine, he could no longer support his body weight. I became his caregiver. Like I said, it was a crash course. And after my father passed away, my mother, who had heart failure, I became her caregiver. And that's one thing, is watching what happened to my father, affected her greatly. So I was her caregiver. So, and I am currently a caregiver for a close family member with dementia. So one thing I know that our military, first responders, all have in common is understanding the importance of having a team, being a part of a team, and having that support. So all the caregivers out there, I want you to understand how important it is to have a team and support. I had a small team, but they were mighty. I had people supporting me and helping me, and I accepted that help. And this is something I think a Marine could identify with. When I was completing my final year at what's now a Crown Family School, which was once SSA, my father got diagnosed in November. When I returned to school, I was so preoccupied, and so worn out that I was in a class, I can't remember the name of the class, but I had an assignment, a major assignment, and I tanked on it. It was horrible. And professor noted that, and she contacted me and said, Catherine, this doesn't sound like your work. So I opened my heart to her and told her what was going on. And I received compassion and support in return. So she became a part of my care team because she gave me extra time to complete the assignment, checked in on me. So it's really that important. And I had a close conversation with a close friend, because there's a tendency among caregivers to almost martyr themselves to care for someone else. So I tell people, the job description for a martyr closed when the Old Testament was finished and the last apostle left. We're not looking for a martyr. So every investment that you make in yourself for self-care, for wellness, is an investment in your care recipient. So don't neglect that. Care for yourself. With our veterans and our first responders, when they finish that one battle on the battlefield or in their profession, then the second battle begins for the both of you in a care recipient. You don't have to fight that battle alone. So I encourage you to reach out and accept help. Develop a team, accept help, ask for help. It could be right under your nose, your adult children. A lot of caregivers hesitate to bring their adult children in. Bring them in. I can't imagine how I would feel if I hadn't got the opportunity to care for my father and my mother. That's a gift. It's a difficult gift. Nobody wants to receive it. Nobody wants to open it, but it's a very precious gift. So don't deny your family members that opportunity to be involved. So I want to say I honor you. I support you. I've been there with you. And once again, I want to thank everyone for inviting me and for everyone for enduring my presentation. So thank you. And I think we're going to take a break. So I hope you're not too hangry or anything, because I think lunch might be coming up. Thank you.
That's correct. Robert Clark with City Colleges. I'm not here to present, just to release everybody for lunch. We will reconvene at 1:15.
This on time. My name's Maureen Stimming, and I'm the Director of the Professional Development Program at the University of Chicago Crown Family School of Social Work Policy and Practice. The Crown Family School is the graduate school of social work at the university, and the Professional Development Program is the continuing education department. We offer continuing education credit for social workers, psychologists, marriage and family therapists, and professional counselors, many of whom are in the professions that address today's work with both veterans and with caregivers. Our Dean, Deborah Gorman-Smith, is traveling today, and I'm happy to give some brief remarks on her behalf. The Crown Family School is committed to educating care providers and preparing the next generation of leaders who support those who return from the front lines. We offer a specific course, Social Work for Veterans, which you will hear from our lecturer, Charles Small, shortly, who teaches that class, so that students can learn how to provide competent and compassionate care to those who have served. And we are extremely proud to have graduates who have worked for the VA, as well as current and former students who are veterans. And Catherine Miller, who you heard speak earlier, was a member of our clinical practice with older adults program. We've been working with a number of members who employees at the VA and our older adults program of looking at veterans from the Vietnam and, as you mentioned, World War II. Our program of study in trauma responsive social work investigates how social workers can become more sensitive to an individual's lived experiences and create an environment that promotes health. The school also hosts the Lawrence Chapman Memorial Lecture, established by Ruth Isserman in honor of her nephew, Lawrence Chapman, who served in the Marine Corps during the Korean War. Following his service, Mr. Chapman volunteered, helping veterans cope with post-traumatic stress disorder and other mental health issues related to their service. I have some information on our programs and our master's degree in social sector leadership and social work at the table over there. You're welcome to have. I want to, before I introduce a couple of our lecturers, thank Terrell, who I think just escaped, but he's just been a pleasure to work with, and his commitment to working within the veterans and caregivers communities is inspiring. I'm honored to introduce you to two of Crown Family School lecturers who will be presenting. Stan McCracken will moderate upcoming panel. Dr. McCracken is retired faculty at the University of Chicago Crown Family School. He has 40 years experience as a clinician, educator, and consultant. He has written about psychiatric rehabilitation, addiction, behavioral pharmacology, behavioral medicine, aging, motivational interviewing, and staff training. His practice interests include mental health, drug and medical problems, aging, cross-cultural and spiritual issues in clinical practice, and caring for veterans. He served as a linguist in the U.S. Army in Vietnam and has worked with a number of veterans programs, including the VA, Rush Road Home Program, Urban Warriors, and Lake County Veterans and Family Services Foundation. Charles Small will be presenting shortly on mental health and wellness in the caregiver community. Charles graduated from Loyola University of Chicago with a BA in Religious Studies and a Master's of Social Work. The clinical focus for much of his career has been working with veterans of the U.S. Armed Forces, particularly around issues of combat-related PTSD, military sexual trauma, and moral injury. He has had the privilege of serving veterans as a clinician within the Department of Veteran Affairs, as well as the Road Home Program, Center for Veterans and Their Families at Rush University Medical Center. Charles is a lecturer at Crown Family School of Social Work Policy and Practice, where he teaches courses on social work with veterans, as well as evidence-based therapies for treating trauma in adults. In October 2022, Charles joined the TREAT Lab at Rush University Medical Center as a research therapist, developing and improving the delivery of intensive evidence-based therapies to treat PTSD. Please join me in welcoming Charles Small.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. And I'm the lucky one who's here to speak right after lunch, so I'll try to keep you awake, before the food coma sets in. They had Jersey Mike's, so that's going to be a little dangerous. So yes, thank you, Maureen, and thank you to Malcolm X College and the City Colleges of Chicago for hosting this event. To Terrell and the Office for Military Affiliated Communities, thanks for having me. Maureen went a little bit over some of why they asked me to speak here. Again, I would say that a lot of my professional experience has been working with veterans, specifically around issues related to post-traumatic stress disorder. A lot of the veterans that we have also seen in our programs also happen to be first responders as part of their post-military career. I'll be speaking a little bit less today about the individuals who have undergone this trauma, and I'll be speaking about the caregivers who are tasked with caring for them. It's very rare when I work with veterans that I won't have some interaction with people who are involved in their care or in their lives in some way, whether it be spouses, parents, children, loved ones, neighbors, friends. So I'll be talking a little bit today about, what are some of the unique mental health and wellness issues that might be facing people who are in a caregiving role for veterans and first responders. So here's my obligatory disclaimer, conflict of interest statement. There are none to report, so let's just keep moving. So the agenda, as I have for today, so you all kind of know what's coming up here, is I really want to define some of our terms that we talk about when we discuss caregivers, as well as mental health and well-being. As someone who is trained in cognitive and behavioral therapies, language is important. So I really want us to kind of be on the same page when we talk about who is a caregiver, what does a caregiver do, but also what does it mean to be mentally well and psychiatrically well. I'll be talking a little bit about the unique stressors and mental health concerns of caregivers. And then the way that we're going to talk about some of the supports and resources, I kind of see these as concentric circles of support, starting from what individuals can do, caregivers can do to support themselves, but also how this extends out into what the community can do to help caregivers and what systems of care, including federal, state government, and other larger systems. So, a lot of focus can be on, what does self-care look like? Which tends to neglect some of the bigger issues and some of the bigger systems involved. So I think it's helpful for us to start by kind of defining what do we mean when we talk about caregivers. So Johns Hopkins University defines a caregiver as a person who tends to the needs or concerns of a person with short or long-term limitations due to illness, injury, or disability. So as I kind of go through this brief presentation, I want you to be thinking about what these ideas mean for someone who might be giving care to someone. Again, I think, the reason that's important is because someone's service really impacts how they see the world, how they see themselves, and how they see others. And this can be related to some of the difficulties that they and caregivers face. So there's a quote here that I really like from the former First Lady, Rosalind Carter, who said, "There are only 4 types of people in the world. 1, those who have been caregivers. 2, those who are currently caregivers. 3, those who will be caregivers. And 4, those who will need caregivers." So I think this is descriptive in that being a caregiver or being in a caregiving relationship is a ubiquitous human experience, right? There's none of us who are living within a vacuum, although we may have limited resources and limited support. I think we need to understand that the caregiving relationship is something that all of us are going to come into contact with at some point in our life. So estimates in 2009 indicate that there are upwards of 66 million informal or unpaid family caregivers in the US. This number is likely a lot higher because, again, these reports don't often capture in census data the reality of situations. And this is also specific to people who are caregivers of veterans and first responders. These might not be really sort of identified roles. Oftentimes, this is just something that family members or community members do. So this is not capturing the breadth of caregiving duties that might be experienced here. So I think it's important to also designate that there is a difference between professional caregivers and family caregivers, or what they consider informal caregivers, although the duties are not informal by any means. So when we think about professional caregivers, these are folks that are compensated or reimbursed for caregiving services rendered. These people are often obligated to receive specialized training in caregiving duties. I say boundaried because people in these roles who are professionals have more concrete boundaries around their role. They have on and off hours. They have a caseload of people that might not be super flexible. And I think one of the most important things to pay attention to here is the idea that this is an intentional role identification. Another way of saying this is that, these folks know what they're getting into. They signed up for the caregiving duties. Whereas someone who is a family or an informal caregiver may or may not be compensated financially or otherwise for the services that they're providing to their loved ones. They may or may not seek specialized treatment or have access to specialized treatment. So, the extent of their training may be a brief encounter with a care provider. It may be handouts that they're given by a therapist. It might be their own Google search. So we want to kind of see how this impacts people who are in a position of often providing very important daily health related care. We discussed boundaries for professional caregivers. These boundaries might not exist for people who are family caregivers. There may be no off hours for someone who's a spouse of a veteran or a first responder who needs ongoing medical or psychiatric care. And also, one of the things that can exacerbate caregiver burden, which we'll talk about in a little bit, is this idea that people often don't go into the military, and their families don't often sort of join their spouse in military duty, anticipating that they're going to have to provide caregiving duties. This is often an unanticipated role, so this can be compounded by the initial trauma. A family member has to adjust to the fact that their loved one could have been wounded psychiatrically or otherwise, and then they have to adjust to the new role that they adopt in that person's family. So we're going to talk about the impact that this is going to have on people. So in the spirit of identifying and sort of clarifying our terms here, as a clinician, the way that I, in a nutshell, define mental health and well-being is a condition which occurs when an individual is able to meet their basic survival needs, which are biological, emotional, cultural, and social in nature. Mental health and well-being also occurs when the capacity to tolerate and manage stressful situation is present and not overwhelmed. So if we kind of think to our own experience, we know what it's like to hit the wall. We know what it's like to kind of be at capacity. So it's very difficult to use a lot of coping strategies or to think clearly and plan accordingly when we're at that level of stress. So mental health and well-being tends to break down under those conditions. Also, the environment, or what eggheads like me call the context under which an individual exists, has to be supportive of meeting these basic needs in order for people to feel supported and able to thrive. And then finally, an individual should be able to access adequate support and nurture and develop these skills to manage life stressors, including what happens when people return from war or come from a community-based civil servant role. So essentially, can caregivers learn how to take care of their charges? Are the conditions optimal for them to do that? So when we think about caregivers, oftentimes, especially for professional caregivers, we think of sort of the nuts and bolts role of what people are tasked with doing. This can be about administering medication. For physical injuries, this can be wound care. For a lot of folks, it can be around organizing someone's schedule, getting to medical appointments, getting to psychiatric appointments. Physiotherapy is something very big for people that have different types of injuries or chronic pain issues. A caregiver will often be involved in helping these people with physiotherapy. There's also ambulatory services. How do we get someone from point A to point B, even if that's getting someone dressed, getting someone out of bed, stuff that we would call activities of daily living, or ADLs, bathing, feeding, exercise. So these are things that come to mind for most people when they think about caregivers and the role of caregivers. There's also a whole host of things that kind of fall in that job description, especially for people who are informal or family caregivers. So if you think about how the roles within a family or a community system change when someone comes home from war, or if they come home with injuries, mental, physical, and otherwise, the breadwinner position might change. Someone who was the primary breadwinner for the family, that role might shift based on the needs of the person who is returning from war or returning injured in some way from their job. Medical and legal power of attorney might be something that is a role that needs to be fulfilled. Oftentimes I hear spouses and parents say that, you know, when their sons and daughters come home from war with these very significant disabilities, including post-traumatic stress symptoms, is that they become a case manager for their loved ones. So they're organizing schedules, they're organizing their day-to-day affairs, applying for benefits through the VA, which if any of you have gone through that process, I as a social worker have been involved with that. That's a nightmare, right? So you have family members who, again, might not have ever anticipated being in this role, taking up this role out of necessity. Oftentimes people are thrust in the role of sort of an ad hoc therapist. You know, people will be wanting to talk about their experiences with someone. And sometimes people trust their family members more so than they trust a mental health professional. Obviously, we have the roles that we already came into the relationship with, the spouse, the parent, sibling. And I also want to speak, especially when we talk about PTSD or other types of emotional trauma. Oftentimes the caregiver can be put in the position of confidant, where they are being the person who is receiving disclosure of very painful emotional information from a person. And that can lead to things like vicarious traumatization or compassion fatigue, when we maybe aren't equipped to hear some of the stories about what people saw and what people did overseas. There are some others here that I won't go over. Cheerleaders, definitely one of them, people who kind of keep someone's spirits up. That is something that, you know, can come at a cost emotionally for people who are in a caregiving position. But there's many others that we could write here. But I feel like a descriptive way of showing this, and I want you to think through a couple of vignettes that I want to share with you. These aren't real people that I'm kind of pulling out, you know, from my caseload history. This is more of an amalgamation. But I want you to think about, in these vignettes that I'm going to share with you, how could this situation that this person, these caregivers, two different types of caregivers find themselves in, how could this impact the caregiver's emotional and mental health? So the first example I have, Joel is a certified home health aide who works part-time with Daryl, a 68-year-old retired firefighter. Daryl has needed help organizing his multiple medications as he has recently undergone a knee replacement surgery. Daryl also needs help moving from his reclining chair to the bathroom and kitchen, as well as some help with his post-surgical physical therapy exercises. Joel meets with Daryl 3 days a week for a half day. During his visits, Joel has noticed that Daryl's spouse, Roberta, will often be sitting in the kitchen drinking wine and watching TV, and appears at times to be intoxicated. Joel has also noticed that besides the days that he visits, Daryl often forgets to take his antibiotics, and that his bandages are often unchanged. Additionally, Daryl's home often smells of rotting food and garbage, and food containers and other trash items are strewn about the home. So what I want us to think about is, in the capacity of a professional caregiver, what are the concerns that Joel might have towards his charge? What might he be taking home with him? What might the questions he have be? So from my end as a clinician, the things that I'm going to be thinking about is, what is Joel's duty here to protect, you know, his charge, Daryl? Does he need to report anything that he's seen? What boundaries exist within this relationship? What is within his purview as a professional caregiver versus what is really up to Daryl and his family to manage? And also, what are the safety issues at play here? So I don't know about the clinicians in the audience, but these are the things that I take with me outside of session. When I see or when I hear things, these are the things that keep me up at night. So this is from a professional caregiver standpoint. Now I want you to think about what burdens or what sort of stressors might be present in the life of our next person here, Teresha, 29-year-old who is a caregiver to her uncle Marcus, who is a 49-year-old Marine Corps veteran who served in Iraq from 2006 and 2007. Marcus is 100% service connected for PTSD, as well as burn scars to 30% of his body from an IED blast. Teresha lives alone with Marcus in Chicago, as their only surviving family lives in Texas and Louisiana. Marcus is currently on methadone maintenance for a previous opiate addiction, but uses alcohol when he cannot sleep due to nightmares about his deployment. Teresha is in school to complete her associate's degree, but often misses class to take Marcus to his VA appointments. Additionally, Teresha has had to call the police on two separate occasions when Marcus became enraged during a period of binge drinking. Teresha loves her uncle, but struggles with feelings of guilt when she imagines getting married, having a family of her own, and moving away from Chicago. So I want you to think about, what are some of the sources of stress that might be unique to a family caregiver as opposed to a professional caregiver? Some of the things that I start thinking about are, what changed for Teresha in terms of her goals and her vision for what her life would look like. I also want us to think about what is the culture of caregiving within a certain family, within a certain ethnic or racial group. We can't make assumptions about sort of what's considered normal in response to caregiving for different people. This is a very individualized conception for people. I also think about things like safety. Is Tarisha able to keep herself safe and keep her uncle safe? What are the boundaries that exist in that relationship that make it difficult for Tarisha to go to school, to live her life, to have plans for the future? And how does she manage the guilt when she feels like she has to choose between that and giving caregiving duties to an uncle who she clearly loves and cares about? So these are not simple issues, and this certainly has an impact. And I want you to think about that in your role as an advocate for caregivers, as well as people who might be in a caregiving role or the recipient of caregivers. This wouldn't be a presentation if I didn't throw some statistics at you, but hopefully I'm going to spend not too much time on this. I had a chance to go over AARP's caregiver resource site here, and I think they actually do a really good job of collecting census type data. And some of these are things that I pulled from the report I was reading that I found just kind of interesting to mull over. So when they did a self-report assessment of a group of caregivers, there was a lot of self-reports around negative impacts to overall health and well-being, including physical, medical health, and emotional and mental health. And it was found that a negative impact on caregiver health over time is present in caregivers. So the longer someone is in a caregiving duty, the more that people tend to report having poor health overall. It's also found that people who are caregivers of family members or who are spouses, of their charges report that their health is either fair or poor. It's also found that people that experience psychiatric problems, their caregivers are also under more stress and report their health as being fair or poor. And as I mentioned before, with a lot of people who are informal or family caregivers, the perceived lack of choice in their caregiving role is associated with emotional stress. I'm sure we can kind of understand that. What are we anticipating having to care for? Do we sign up for this, or is this a role that we find ourselves in out of necessity? And finally, to harken back to some of the sort of culturally specific understandings and conceptualizations of caregiving, I thought this was kind of interesting that white caregivers are more likely to report emotional distress in caregiving than African American, Hispanic, and Asian American caregivers. And so we want to think about what are some cultural expectations of what it means to be a caregiver? Why are some folks more distressed while others can adopt this role in a more fluid and seamless way? I don't want to make any generalizations or speculations about this, but I thought this was an interesting sort of dichotomy between ethnic and racial groups. And we kind of are interested in why is that? Why do some people struggle and other people thrive in certain roles? So I want to move from kind of looking at the statistics and defining our terms to talking a little bit more about what are some of the unique health impacts of caregiving. So I'm going to be speaking more to people who are in these informal or family caregiving roles here. But often you'll hear the term caregiver burden used to describe sort of the overall stress and mental and emotional impact of being in a caregiving role. So again, I want to be very clear here that being a caregiver is not all about sort of having problems. A lot of people who are in caregiving positions wouldn't change this position for the world. They're very honored to care for their family members. This is something they see as part of the service of the family. If their loved one goes to serve overseas, the family sees this as part of their service. It's sharing in the cost of being a service member or a first responder. But when we talk about caregiver burden, we're talking about a lot of different manifestations of this stress. Some of these can be what we would identify as more mental health type symptoms, like increased depression and anxiety, and the diagnoses that go along with this, like major depression disorder, generalized anxiety disorder, and others. Oftentimes you will feel that if people are in a heightened long-term caregiving or acute caregiving role, that they will report problems with sleep. They'll either not get enough sleep and struggle with insomnia, or they will be sleeping too much in order to manage, those feelings of exhaustion. We see increased vulnerability to substance use and dependence because oftentimes substance use is primarily used as a coping strategy for managing difficult feelings. Vicarious traumatization or even PTSD itself due to just constant exposure to either the stress of their loved one or their charge, or just the impact of the care that they have to provide can lead to PTSD type symptoms or even PTSD itself. There's also compassion fatigue. People get frustrated. People have a difficult time connecting emotionally with someone who they're in a caregiving role without respite. There's also the financial stress we talked about with maybe having a change in the role of who is the breadwinner, who is bringing in money, if that changes due to disability. And a couple of these I highlighted because these are things that can be sort of co-joint. So there is some research to suggest that a diagnosis of PTSD does increase vulnerability of intimate partner violence. That's not to suggest that PTSD makes people more dangerous, but there is a correlation between PTSD diagnoses and intimate partner violence that can impact the family and caregiver system. Often both parties will feel in some way guilt or shame. So the person who is the charge of caregiving might feel very guilty. They might feel like I'm a burden. I don't want someone to have to care for me. I don't like this loss of independence. Whereas the caregiver might feel guilt and shame that they are feeling frustrated or that they feel like they want to do something else with their life and they're in this caregiving role. So there's a shared experience of this guilt and shame. And also there's negative health outcomes, both medical and psychiatric, for both the people that are receiving caregiving responsibilities and duties, as well as the caregivers themselves. So I kind of listed this at the bottom here, but one of the things I've noticed in my clinical capacity working with veterans and first responders is that there's almost this complementary relationship between some of the stressors that caregivers and their charges receive. There's a bit of a delay. I feel like I'm talking in a cave here. Oh, got it. So again, I gave an example here. A first responder may feel guilty for being a burden and experience suicidal ideation, while a family member may feel guilty for having sort of those natural feelings of feeling tired, feeling overwhelmed. So another way of thinking of this is that people experience the same feelings for different reasons. And oftentimes that's not something people feel that they can talk about with one another. So these are very real, tangible impacts that I have seen in my own practice with not only veterans and first responders, but for their loved ones. So there's an opportunity for us to address these. And so what I'm going to talk about and shift now into the latter part of my presentation, and thank you all for being patient. I'm sure the Jersey Mike's is starting to hit you right about now, is we're going to talk about these concentric circles of support available that need to be available to caregivers. So the first one is individuals. So these are individual sources of support. So I'm sure, show of hands, has anyone heard this term self-care? Yeah, we've all heard of it. So the WHO, the World Health Organization, defines it as the ability of individuals, families, and communities to promote health, prevent disease, maintain health, and to cope with illness and disability with or without the support of a healthcare provider. So the way that I see that is emotional self-care strategies on an individual basis might provide caregivers with some respite when they are at risk of experiencing things like burnout or compassion fatigue or just being overwhelmed in the ways that we talked about in previous slides. So I don't want to spend too much time talking about self-care strategies, but I do want to highlight some of the ways in which I find it helpful from a mental health practitioner standpoint, maybe a more helpful way of thinking about self-care. So I see self-care strategies as these practices, right? This is an ongoing skill set that people need to build. And I find that these are most useful when they are done preemptively and intentionally. So I don't find self-care to be particularly helpful when the person is burned out. It's not a Band-Aid that we put on a bullet wound here. So the way that we can think about this, and if someone is in the role both intentionally or unintentionally, if they're thrust into the role of caregiver, it should be something that they're thinking about. How do I schedule periods of respite for myself? And this may require that someone or some people step in to help you with this. It's creating space and time for you to be able to nurture your needs. Identify non-caregiving activities. So you want to step outside the role of caregiving to spend time nurturing other things that are nurturing and care and unrelated to the caregiving role. We want to attend to some of those basic survival needs that we have that impact our overall health and well-being. So if we need to catch up on sleep, or if we need to get up a little bit earlier to kind of get exercise, focus on our nutrition. Do we need to reconnect with people who we might have lost touch with due to our caregiving responsibilities? We want to be able to identify preemptively what are the supports that exist within my community, within my family, within my neighborhood. These can be support groups. People often go to individual therapy to talk with someone who is compassionate and understanding and competent to talk about the unique burden that this person might be feeling in their capacity as caregiver. And then this is important for everyone to reflect on is the why. Why is it important for you to be in this caregiving duty, right? Oftentimes people feel like, well, I'm obligated to do this. This is something I have to do. It's important to connect with what we in the cognitive behavioral field call is our core values. What is it about me that feels like I need to provide this caregiving duty to this individual? And that can really help us when we're feeling disconnected, when we're feeling depressed, when we're feeling overwhelmed, is to connect with that why. Why is this important for me to be doing, even though it's really difficult? And then more so for professional caregivers, but this can be for other informal caregivers as well, is identifying your plan B, right? For professional caregivers, oftentimes people get to that point where they're so burned out that they reflexively quit their job. They leave the work. And it can be important to think about this ahead of time before you get burned out. If I get to the point where I'm overwhelmed, is there something else that I could be doing that's going to recharge my battery that also connects with the values that I have as a caregiver? So there's a great book that I recommend to everyone. It's called Trauma Stewardship. It's by Laura Vandernoot-Lipsky and Connie Burke. I would just Google trauma stewardship. But it's a really great book that kind of talks about these concentric levels of self-care in sort of an individual all the way to these macro systems. Oop. Battery die here? Okay. So I use this here because, again, I think this is a really, I actually made this meme, although I've seen it before, I just couldn't find it. So it's a little bit of a funny tongue-in-cheek thing, but oftentimes one of the limits of self-care is that it falls to the individual. So again, the limits of self-care is that it really places the burden of healing oneself on the individual. You know, if you're burned out, it's your responsibility to get unburned out. And I think that really does a disservice to people who need support in those moments. And it also neglects to take into account some of the systemic failures, if you will, such as lack of resources for caregiver support and respite that may be or may not be available. It also assumes that people know that they should take care of themselves, or what it means, or what burnout feels like. It assumes there's like one way of being healthy or one way of being unhealthy, when in fact, this is a very individualized problem. And so this is something that we need to take into account as well. And I think one of the things that I misunderstood about self-care when I got into this field is that not all behaviors that feel good are self-care. So, you know, I really like this. During the pandemic, this is a term that came out. It's called revenge bedtime procrastination. Has anyone heard of that term? Okay, so I learned it because I was doing it all the time, but I'd be spending my whole day, you know, like dealing with the pandemic in my own family. And then I'd be helping clients, you know, and a caseload of clients were also freaking out about the pandemic. And by the time I got to bed, I'm like, well, I haven't done anything for myself. I'm going to just chill out. I'm going to watch a movie. I'm going to kind of scroll on my phone. And by 1 o'clock in the morning, it's like, oh, I got to get up at 6:30. And so again, what I thought was self-care was just saying, hey, I'm going to take some me time, when in fact, that was actually the opposite of self-care. So it's important to recognize that sometimes self-care doesn't feel good, right? This could be something as simple as, how do I set boundaries with the person I'm giving care to? How do I let someone know that, hey, I can't help you with this right now, you know, because I have to take care of myself here. That's a really difficult conversation to have. I'll you know, throw out another book or another author, I think, rather, that you should read. Is anyone familiar with Nedra Tawwab? She is an expert on setting boundaries. I follow her on Instagram. She's an excellent author. She speaks in very non-clinical terms about what it is to set boundaries. And that it's not always the easiest thing to do. But boundary setting can be one of the most focal points of self-care. So self-care isn't just about, oh, I'm going to take a nice bubble bath and, take the day off and go to Great America. That can also sap your energy. So this is about giving you energy back and also creating systems through which you can kind of keep these internal and external boundaries to be able to do your job as a caregiver well. And again, I'm sorry, I didn't include this until last minute, but I want to say one more thing, that the limits of self-care are that it also neglects culturally specific attitudes and practices towards caregiving. So again, caregiving doesn't mean the same thing for everyone. So we don't want to assume that there's one healthy way of being a caregiver and one that's unhealthy. In fact, for a lot of people, caregiving can be a very nurturing, self-realizing practice. So we don't want to make assumptions about that. Can we advance that slide one more? Sorry. So moving outward to the next concentric circle, I want to acknowledge community support as well. As we've all found out during the pandemic, it's a very isolating experience to kind of be trapped, to be siloed off. Caregiving can be a very isolating experience where people feel like, my reality is really kind of limited around this role that I have, and it impacts social, familial, and community relationships. So I also want to think about this in the specific capacity of the people that we might serve here, which are veterans and first responders. Communities and community support looks really different based on the role of the service member. Someone who's active duty or someone who lives on base might have access to a large community of people who understand the needs of active duty personnel, where someone who's a guards person or a guards service member may not have that understanding, compassionate community that they can draw upon and understands the unique needs of a service member struggling with PTSD or other types of injuries. Again, I mentioned COVID-19, but there's other socioeconomic factors that can really impact people's ability to seek the support they need to have mental health and well-being in their lives. And another thing that a lot of people struggle with, but I think is vital, is identifying family members to the extent as possible who may be able to support them in the ways that they are willing and able. So again, not everyone can do everything for everybody. So I think it's very important to cast a wide net to people within your community or within your family who can fulfill this role, that are very good at getting groceries, or this person is really good when you need to just kind of vent to somebody. Not one person can fill all those roles as much as they would like to. And then from a community level, it's also important that caregivers understand what local resources are available to me to help me in the various ways that I need. So again, support groups are something that are easily accessible. Facebook groups, online groups, volunteer organizations, and others. Could we advance one more slide, please? My lightsaber isn't working. So again, this seems a little bit grim here, but systemic failures and opportunities. This is kind of the largest circle in the system here. But the questions that we want to be asking as caregiver supports and advocates are what federal and state resources exist that provide underlying real support to caregivers. Oftentimes what this means is financial support or material, education, training, mental health access. And a way that we can do that is we can get more politically engaged on a systemic level. Where do our tax dollars go to? Like, what initiatives are they funding? Being aware of that and sort of, voting accordingly. Is this representative someone who's going to help advance the cause of caregivers? Because again, we talked about the burden of caregiving often falls to the individual, when in fact it needs to be a cost that's shared by communities, families, and states and countries. I always find it helpful to identify advocacy groups who are invested in policy changes or who keep track of public health initiatives. I'm going to give you a list in the next couple slides of these larger organizations that are a click away that have really great research resources, numbers that you can call, data and training initiatives. And then finally, advocacy and policy should also fall to communities and families. As I mentioned this, we often hear about the cost of war. And it's something that oftentimes, especially with an all-volunteer military force now, we see that as their problem, right? We have entire townships and economies that are based on bases and installations, right? So we can really get siloed off and seeing military caregiver problems as a military problem. But whereas I think what we should be doing is seeing this as a shared cost, right? We as a nation and our elected representatives are the ones that send people to war. It is our responsibility as citizens to also be involved in caring for those people. So that's a little bit of a call to action here that no one can kind of say, hey, I'm just kind of out of this. You know, I don't have any skin in the game. So think about how this relates to your own personal lives as advocates. You know, how much do you know about caregivers? How much do you know about initiatives that are happening in state and local governments? What are your representatives doing to support the causes that you feel most passionately about? And so in the next slide, I do want to show you, these are some basic resources. And these are resources that I have used in my own clinical practice when clients ask me questions about things that, hey, where can I get, where can I get some support for a babysitter or childcare, when I'm taking my husband to his appointment. So these are something, and hopefully this will be made available to you. But that is the bulk of my presentation. The last slide is just my email. If anyone wants to stay in touch, again, part of the advocacy and self-advocacy is reach out to people. If I can help you in any way, if I can answer any questions, please reach out to me at my university email or my Rush email. But thank you for your attention. Thank you for staying with me. I didn't see anyone really passing out. So that to me means that we did okay here. We're breaking even. So thank you so much. Anyone have any questions? Is there time? I don't know if there's time for questions. I think I'm a little bit over. All right.
Okay, if no questions, we'll be doing a 10-minute break and back in 10.
Okay, good afternoon. So we're ready to rock and roll? Okay. Well, I'm starting at the podium because if someone hands me a hand microphone, I have this overwhelming urge to sing karaoke, and no good can come of that. So, Colonel, I'm going to ask you, if I start singing karaoke, would you please just remove the mic firmly from my hand? Because, yeah, okay, that's good. My name is Stan McCracken, and it's my distinct pleasure and honor to kick off the first panel discussion for this event. I want to thank all of our partners and presenters for their contributions. I'm also excited about our first day as we're being joined by 3 individuals who are making a difference in the lives of service members, veterans and their families, and caregivers around the world. I'm looking forward to hearing them share their stories, their thoughts, and the work that they are doing. I think that all of us will find their stories and work inspiring, and I hope by the end of our conversation, you in the audience will have a better understanding of the part that you can play in helping transform the lives of those impacted by trauma. So I'm going to do the introductions first. First, Dr. Kenneth Wilson. A native of Baltimore, Dr. Wilson is an Emory graduate who attended medical school at Howard University. He has worked for more than a decade as a trauma and acute care surgeon for both adult and pediatric patients at the University of Chicago, where he treats conditions that require extremely complex surgical approaches. Dr. Wilson has a long history as a military surgeon and is currently a colonel in the U.S. Army Reserves, where he had multiple deployments to Iraq and Afghanistan. Dr. Wilson is an active researcher and has been widely published on topics including military trauma, and he's an editor of the textbook called Difficult Decisions in Trauma. Colonel Gadsden. Colonel Gadsden's service, his U.S. Army colonel, retired. His service culminated as garrison commander of Fort Belvoir, where he oversaw the daily operations of the post, a strategic, sustaining base where more than 50,000 military personnel and employees provide logistical, intelligence, medical, and administrative support and command and control for a mix of more than 140 commands and agencies for the Department of Defense. A 25-year career Army officer, Colonel Gadsden's life is a portrait of courage in the face of great adversity. In May 2007, as commander of the 2nd Battalion, 32nd Field Artillery, Colonel Gadsden's greatest challenge came in Iraq, where an improvised explosive device attack cost him both legs above the knee and normal use of his right arm and hand. Despite this, Colonel Gadsden remained on active duty in the Army and continued to inspire many with his message of courage, perseverance, determination, and teamwork. Refusing to be defined by the proverbial hail of bullets, he has since drawn upon the lessons of pride, poise, and teamwork learned as a West Point linebacker and applied them to his life, his career, and his family. Colonel Gadsden continues a very energetic and dynamic lifestyle where he continues to serve his nation as an entrepreneur and managing partner of Patriot Strategies, LLC, a government services company, a board member for the Gary Sinise Foundation, and a professional actor. He is also an accomplished photographer, artist, and remains active in cycling, skiing, skydiving, and scuba. Chief Warrant Officer Nick Lavery was born and raised in Massachusetts, is an active duty member of the United States Army Special Forces, commonly known as the Green Berets. The Special Forces perform critical missions, including direct action, counterinsurgency, foreign internal defense, special reconnaissance, and unconventional warfare. In 2013, while deployed to Afghanistan, he and his detachment fell victim to an insider attack, ultimately resulting in the loss of his leg. Following a year of surgeries and initial recovery, including the use of a prosthetic at Walter Reed National Military Medical Center, he returned to his unit. Refusing military medical retirement, CWO Lavery set his sights on returning to operational status.
In 2015, at the conclusion of a challenging, comprehensive assessment designed to evaluate CWO Lavery's abilities to operate, he returned to his detachment and was subsequently deployed once again to Afghanistan, conducting full spectrum combat operations. Chief Warrant Officer Lavery is considered the first Special Forces operator to return to combat as an above-the-knee amputee. CWO Lavery is currently serving as a Special Forces Warrant Officer and is widely recognized as an experienced subject matter expert in special operations, intelligence fusion, mission planning, and complex problem solving across all operational continua. He is also the first amputee in military history to complete Special Forces Warrant Officer Technical and Tactical Certification Course, the Special Operations Combat Program Instructor Course, and the Special Forces Combat Diver Qualification Course. CWO Lavery's awards include the Silver Star, 3 Purple Hearts, 2 Bronze Stars, including a Bronze Star with V for Valor, Defense Meritorious Service Medal, 2 Meritorious Service Medals, Joint Service Commendation Medal, Joint Service Achievement Medal, 2 Army Commendation Medals, an Army Achievement Medal, the OSS Society Peter Ortiz Award, the Bruce Price Leadership Award, and Special Operations Command Excalibur Award. Okay. Things are sticking together on me today. CWO Lavery is a warrior, leader, speaker, author, and most importantly, a husband and father of 2 young boys. So, first question I'll have for the panel, Colonel Gadsden and CWO Lavery, you both have seen firsthand the spoils of war and how it can impact our heroes, and you directly experienced the challenges that face our wounded and disabled service members and veterans. Please share your story with the audience, and I would like to start with Colonel Gadsden.
Thank you. And again, good afternoon, and thank you all for being here to support such a important effort. And it's certainly, gentlemen, an honor to be with you all here today. Real briefly, I'd say, I don't want to say in a nutshell, but I say the irony of May 7th of 2007, as I was actually returning from back to my headquarters, after a long day from a memorial service for 2 young men, First Lieutenant Jones and Specialist Sunson, who were killed about 3 days earlier. They were an assistant battalion in my brigade. And I remember that night like it was yesterday, because I remember honestly struggling with the loss of these young men, wondering if we were making a difference, during this surge period in Iraq. I say it was the only time in my career that it seemed like almost every single day that a U.S. service member would pay in full measure. And that's like going to work knowing that one of your teammates is not coming home alive. And that's hard to do. And that was the environment in early 2007 in Iraq. As I said, I was heading back to my headquarters, and that's when my vehicle was struck by an improvised explosive device. It was actually the second time I'd been in a vehicle that had been hit by one, but this time was very different. It blew me out of the vehicle, where I remember kind of flying through the air and hitting the ground and coming to a rolling stop on my back. First, I was pretty fired up. But very quickly, I realized that this was very serious, as I couldn't get up. And the last thing I said was, God, I don't want to die here. That's what I said, and I was out. My teammates, men like my First Sergeant Frederick Johnson, the senior non-commissioned officer in my patrol, and was at the time my acting battalion command sergeant major, was the one that recognized that I was missing. And he found me about 100 meters from where my vehicle finally came to a stop. I was already unconscious, and lying in a pool of my own blood. He began to resuscitate me, and a young man, a young 19-year-old soldier who wasn't even an MOS medic, was a chemical soldier, but my medic couldn't deploy with us, and we actually sent this young man to a 2-week EMT course at Kansas State University. So this young man, the doctors credit him for saving my life. He put the tourniquets on my legs, which he did such a phenomenal job. And even in spite of that, I would go through 129 units of blood that night and die 6 times. So got evacuated to Walter Reed, got to Walter Reed on the 11th of May, intubated on a feeding tube, required surgery every other day. I still had my legs, but they were very badly damaged. A week after being at Walter Reed, they had to take my left leg to save my life. And ultimately I decided for them to take my right leg. It just seemed that my quality of life was going to be as you see me, or with 2 of what Nick's got on. And so I made the decision for them to take my right leg. When I came out of surgery from my right leg amputation, they also told me that I had some severe, my right arm was broken. So I'd been in the hospital for about 3 weeks before they realized my arm was broken and would require surgery to repair it. Ultimately, I had some complications from that surgery, radial nerve damage, which at the time prevented me from picking up my wrist. And all the nerve damage to this day prevents full use of my fingers on my right hand. And my right arm would ultimately lock up at the elbow. So I was functionally down to 1 limb. My non-dominant left arm and hand was all I could use. I was 210 pounds before I got wounded. I was down to about 140, and not much of an outlook on life. But, you know, and I'll stop here, but I just consider myself blessed for really, it's not a resolve you turn on. It's how you live your life. It's always pushing yourself, challenging yourself, and living up to your best self more than not. And so what I'm grateful for and blessed for is that I had enough of those days behind me that when I didn't want to participate, when I didn't want to fight, that wasn't who I was. That wasn't my character, and it just wouldn't let me quit. It wouldn't let me give in. And so ultimately I would decide to, F it and just push on and not worry about what the world thought. And ultimately, like Nick mentioned this morning, this wasn't what defined me as a soldier. And I wanted to continue to soldier on, and I was fortunate to be able to do so. I'll stop there.
There we go. March 11th, 2013 was the day in which I was wounded for the 3rd time on a single deployment in Afghanistan. We came in September of 2012. I was wounded twice prior, and then with really just a couple, maybe 2 or 3 weeks left in our rotation was when I was wounded for the 3rd time. Obviously, this one would end up being significantly more severe of a situation. And this day for us began like many did, which in itself is its own lesson. When you're in an environment with that level of complexity and the multitude of variables that we see and experience day after day after day, complacency can very easily set in. And in one aspect, you do in a sense become conditioned to your environment, and you see a lot of really nasty events take place, and you see a lot of things go wrong or go sideways. But when that happens hundreds of times every single day, you become conditioned to the chaos. You become conditioned to seeing things go wrong, and you become conditioned to finding solutions in real time. And many times things work out just fine. So while complacency certainly kills, there's also an actual psychological component to how we are set up for that vulnerability. And this particular day was one of those scenarios. We were getting ready to go onto a relatively large joint operation. And during this deployment, we had our own Afghan Special Operations Commando team that was co-located with us. They lived with us, and that's who we did the most of our work alongside of. We would, however, occasionally go out with members of the conventional Afghan security forces. So regular Afghan National Army troops, Afghan National Police troops, sometimes Afghan local police personnel. A lot of different individuals that we would have to work with based on a variety of different variables. We had done this many, many, many times in the past. Well, we had established an SOP, a standard operating procedure, meaning that when these units would come to meet us at our location, we would keep the entire element outside of our compound. And the leadership from those elements would come in. Our leadership would tell them what we were doing today. They would go relay that to their troops, and then we would roll out on that mission. And that was really just to minimize how many people with guns that we had never met before were around us. It was a safety protocol. And it worked without issue for the duration of our deployment. Well, on this particular day, March 11, 2013, leadership comes in and a Ford Ranger pickup truck drives in as well. And immediately I recognized this as a breach of our SOP. And now I'm at a decision point. I either address this problem now and err on the side of security, or I wait. I take a more diplomatic approach to solving this problem. We'll get done with the work we have for today. I'll talk to my detachment commander. He'll talk to that person's leadership. It'll get communicated down and we'll be fine. In other words, err on the side of the relationship. See, life as a Green Beret, we work with and through Indigenous personnel. It is extraordinarily unlikely that you're going to send a group of Green Berets someplace to do something by themselves. We are not what you would call a unilateral fighting force. We are force multipliers. We work with and through locals. And because that is what we get paid to do, that is by virtue in which we solve complex problems, we are very much in the relationship business. The relationship fails, you reach a point of catastrophic loss of rapport, you are mission failure. So an understanding of that is important because it's very easy to look back at the events that unfolded just a few moments after what I'm describing right now and say, what were you thinking? How could you not have addressed that security threat right there and then? And believe me, I have this conversation with myself just about every single day. And knowing that it's just not quite that simple of a decision point to make, I decided to err on the side of our relationship and said, I'm going to wait. I'll talk to my leadership. They'll address this later. Just as we get done with our mission brief, sure enough, a member of the Afghan National Police Force jumped in the back of this Ford Ranger pickup truck, which had a mounted PKM belt-fed machine gun, and opened fire into me and my friends from about 20 feet away. 12 U.S. service members were wounded or killed. Another 8 or 9 Afghans were wounded or killed. It's considered the most catastrophic insider attack that we know of since the start of the global war on terror. I had an opportunity to really do as I'm trained to do in that scenario, which is move to a piece of cover and eliminate the threat. That's my job in that moment. When I say cover, I mean something that stops bullets. Okay, we have react to near ambush protocols. My responsibility in that event is to move behind something that can stop bullets and remove that problem. I've trained on this hundreds of times. I've done it in real life dozens and dozens of times up to this point. I know what right looks like. There was a problem with that though, and that was that we had a group of infantry soldiers that was attached to us during this deployment, most of which were fresh out of basic training, 17, 18-year-old kids. On this particular day, one of those soldiers was set to be a driver for us. 18 years old, first deployment ever. And as the rounds began firing from behind me as I was walking away, I turn around and I see what's happening. I process what's happening. There's a guy with a machine gun 15 feet away, firing at me and my friends. I know what my job is to do at that point in time. However, seeing one of these privates, one of these soldiers, frozen, deer in headlights. When I say pale, I mean more like this dude was like translucent, frozen, deer in headlights, staring at a guy 10 feet in front of him who's unloading a machine gun directly towards him. Seeing that really superseded me doing what I'm supposed to do. And rather than doing my job, I move towards this soldier instead. I get in between him and the gunman, turn my back. He and I are chest to chest. And that was when I was hit for the first time in the top of my right leg. And a weapon system of that capacity from that range, it's like you're being hit by a train. It's not a piercing sensation. It's not like someone is stabbing you or poking you with something. It's literally like you're being hit by a bus. And it just knocks me and this soldier down onto the ground. And I feel a few more impacts to my lower legs. So I know I've been hit. I said, okay. I dragged myself and this soldier about 3 or 4 feet behind the corner of one of our trucks. This was the initiation of a complex ambush. This was pre-coordinated. So this guy initiated firing, and at the same time, about 25 enemy fighters that had our camp surrounded all began lobbing in rockets and machine gun rounds. Catastrophic scenario. Well, while I can process what's happening around me, I'm really in no condition to deal with any of these outside threats. One of my teammates eventually comes in. He removes that immediate problem. And then I start moving on to my next course of action. One, check the status of the soldier. He's in shock, but he's fine. No holes. He can breathe. He can talk. Okay, we're looking pretty good. Now let's see what I'm dealing with. I expose my pant leg to see my right leg, and it just looked like it had gone through a meat grinder. Just exposed bone, and a river of blood is flowing from me to where I'd initially been hit. So I know that my femoral artery has been cut, and my trainer tells me I might have 8 minutes to live. And much like the colonel, I knew I was dying there. This is where it ends. There was no question about that in my mind, but I still had work to do. So I grab a tourniquet, I put that on myself, I wrench it down as tight as I can. Bleeding doesn't even slow down a little bit. And while Doc Wilson may get into, my size was a factor in which what ultimately allowed me to stay alive. But when you're trying to put on a pressure dressing on a much larger leg than normal, then it also works against you in a lot of ways. One tourniquet goes on, I tighten it down, wrench it in, doesn't really do much at all, which just confirmed what I knew was this is where this ends for me. I rip a second tourniquet off my kit, I apply that, tighten that down as hard as I can. Bleeding looks like it may have stopped a little bit. One of my teammates gets to me, a non-medic. The look in his face said everything that really needed to be said, confirmed what I knew. And I remember trying to fight him away from me. I thought I was helping him. You see, in this community here, most of you may be familiar with what triage is. I speak to a typical audience with no clue, like categorizing people based on their injury and resources that you have to treat in a mass casualty scenario. I've been on both ends of that decision, and it is amongst the most difficult decisions you can make. It is absolutely brutal. I had put myself into the expectant category. This is where I die, and I don't want my teammate wasting precious moments or resources on a lost cause. So I'm trying to convince him to get away from me and go work on someone that he could save. He ignored me. He put on a third tourniquet. He got IV access for follow-on blood or meds. And at that point, his work really was done. He moved on. He had a lot he needed to do. And as I'm laying there, I'm thinking, have I done everything I can do? I grabbed my leg. I lifted up. My femur had been shattered, so moving it under its own power wasn't going to happen. But I lifted up with my hands. First time the pain really kicked in was at that moment, just surged through my body, trying to eject out of my eyeballs. I'm on the verge of going unconscious. I'm just saying, hey, stay in the game, focus. You have work to do. Stay in the game, pay attention. You got this. And I can still see blood leaking out. And I said, okay, we're getting real short on time. What other options do you have? So I grabbed some gauze out of my kit, and I ended up loosening up one of the tourniquets on my leg, roll up the gauze into a power ball, and I ram it inside the wound, reaching up towards my pelvis, trying to find the pulse of the femoral artery to get direct pressure on it. Now, this is something that we do in training. And like with many tasks, when you do them in real life, it isn't quite the same. I can assure you that this is exactly one of those scenarios where not only from a medical perspective, because all my blood is shunting inward, so I have really zero dexterity in my fingers, but just the sheer shock that I have half of my fist inside my thigh is enough to really question what you might be doing right now. So I really can't feel much. I think I feel something. I go for it. I press down as hard as I can. I feed the rest of the gauze, and on top of it, I secure a tourniquet back on top of that, and I go unconscious. Eventually, I'm medevaced out about 90 minutes later due to the ongoing firefight, and I find myself with this gentleman sitting next to me here, Doc Wilson. I'll fast forward because I don't want to steal too much of Doc's thunder here, but eventually I would arrive at Walter Reed, where I would spend the next year of my life. Eventually, I'll return back to my unit. Found myself in, again, a street fight with the Army to stay active duty. What's incredibly important to know is that from the time that I was in the intensive care unit, still fighting for my life, still going through anywhere from 2 to 4 surgeries a week as they were battling the infection within my leg and incrementally amputating it piece by piece by piece over the course of about 40 surgeries. From the moments I was in the intensive care unit was when I set my sights on my mission. I knew then what it was that I was going to do. And this is incredibly important because a lot of individuals on the back end of a traumatic event are asking themselves, what am I going to do? What am I going to do? What am I going to do? And the lack of an answer to that is an enormous missing piece of the recovery equation. At no point did I have to figure out, what am I going to do? I knew the what from the moment I was coherent enough to recognize my situation. Therefore, all roads for me went directly to the how. The what was answered. I just had to figure out how. The identification of that mission, for me anyway, is what I attribute my ability to remain relatively positive, proactive, and creating effects as I progress towards that mission end state.
Thank you. Dr. Wilson, as an experienced trauma surgeon who's seen cases such as Greg's and Nick's on the battlefield and in our city, what do you believe are the biggest challenges faced by medical professionals in these types of settings?
It's a great question. First of all, again, there are moments in life that you will remember, and this will certainly be one of them for me. I just can't tell you how much respect I have for the two gentlemen that I'm sitting in between. I actually feel like a small running back bursting through a front line or at the shoulder width here, that I could score a touchdown and beat Emmitt Smith as the all-time, if you guys were on my team with that motivation and size. So, so thank you for that. One of the things that as I listened to the story, and I'm going to work back with something Nick said, you can train and it doesn't quite go the way you want it to go. And so when we do these simulation labs, which is the best we can do in a controlled environment. And I keep telling people, because of these injuries that you're describing, putting a mannequin that I could put in my kid's middle school gymnasium is not the same as being there. You have to become a student of the game, just like football, just like being a Green Beret. So as a student of the game, one of the things that I know is the kinetic power of what he's talking about. And I know that it hits an artery, that there's no time to go get proximal and distal control, all the dogmas that we have in surgery. You don't have to know what that is, but it slows you down. 2003 to 2007, my first appointment was 2003, but 2007, 2005 really, but really 2007, what Greg's describing, all of a sudden we go from these high kinetic wounds from penetrating trauma to the blast injury from the IED. You know, and I live what you call inside the wire versus living outside the wire, as you gentlemen did. And we say wire because there's no brick wall. This is not like a castle in Scotland high on a hill. You're just inside. And there was terror inside there. So I could not imagine what the terror is, even as I rolled in just one time and then fly out the rest of the times, what it has to be for these gentlemen. But what I do know about the IEDs, because I'm a student of the game, is that when you roll over one, that engine block explodes through the cabin and it rips off legs. And the shrapnel goes through the abdomen, through the liver. So there's not one bleeding point. It's bleeding from what Greg described. I got a tourniquet in my car right now based upon what both of these gentlemen experienced. So for me, what I've learned from war is multiple injuries, no time, no drill. You better train, practice, leave the mannequins on the shelf and become a student of the game. So this is one of the reasons why I consider where I am to be ground zero. I'm not from Chicago, but I came from Chicago, and I take the skill set from here to him. And I learned the stories from what he went through to bring that skill set back to Chicago. So unfortunately, I've learned a lot from war, but I think because of you asked the first question of what have you learned from war, essentially, is how to become a better trauma surgeon. Because what I've recognized is two things. They all saved their lives, and also the medics saved their lives. They saved their lives by conditioning and practicing, and I keep myself in shape so I can do my job. But the medics, so the caregivers, 90% of all combat casualties will die unless you get them to me. So the person he's pushing away is actually, in my opinion, far more important than I am. They make my job a lot easier. So that's what I've learned. We've got to train people in pre-ambulatory setting, get them what I know, get them real touches and not mannequins, but actually hands-on experience.
Thank you. Our second question. During the American Revolution, 42% of all casualties died of their wounds. During the Civil War, 33% of casualties died of their wounds. During World War II, 30%. And during Vietnam, 23% of the casualties died of their wounds. In Afghanistan, less than 9% died of these injuries. These numbers, of course, reflect the advances in battlefield medicine, especially in the last 50 years. Service members who were seriously injured in previous conflicts would not have survived, but today they are surviving. Of course, now they carry the weight of those injuries, which bring on their challenge to our wounded veterans. This leads us to two questions that come out of this that we should always be asking ourselves. First, what is the cost of war? And two, are we prepared for that cost? I'm going to ask all of you for your thoughts on the cost of war and if as a nation we're prepared for this. So, what are the costs of wars, particularly in terms of our wounded warriors, and are we adequately prepared for that cost? In other words, are we as a nation prepared to support our wounded veterans in dealing with the unique challenges of very serious injuries? As a nation, do you believe that we've learned the lesson from previous conflicts like the experience in World War I, II? Has the nation learned and done better by disabled veterans, treating those on the battlefield, or do we continue to make the same mistakes? And let's start with Chief Warrant Officer Lavery.
Wow, this is a great question, in-depth question. We could spend hours on this one. I mean, wow. Yeah, I'll just say you create a series of solutions, which is how to save lives, which is obviously something that by we, I mean, as like Doc over here, mostly have dedicated countless hours and investments into being able to do that. And by doing so, we have then also created a new problem. And that's the psychological effect of now someone being alive that otherwise would have been dead and is now dealing with the mental and psychological trauma that comes with what they experienced. Without being obviously a medical professional, a doc can look at a leg and say it's broken and I know how to put this back together. Psychological and mental trauma isn't quite as cut and dry. It's complex and it's challenging. Do I feel like we are adequately prepared to deal with that? Another great question. Have we learned from the past? I would argue in many ways we have, yet we do continue to make mistakes continuously. On one hand, it's incredibly difficult to forecast the problems of tomorrow. And it's then equally, if not more difficult to justify making massive investments into something that may or may not actually become to fruition, particularly when you're dealing with catastrophe now. I couldn't tell you the answer to this incredibly complex problem. I will just say that in terms of do I feel like we are equipped to deal with the trauma coming off the battle space, I call Walter Reed the greatest place on earth that you never want to see. I mean, this place is unbelievable. It's a place that literally proves angels do exist. You take somebody that is at their absolute lowest point ever, the most vulnerable, the most helpless. These are warriors. I'm one of them. All right. I'm the guy that you call when you need a problem solved. And now, in a flash, I literally can't do anything on my own. And not only do these people come in with a smile on their face as they're doing things that make me nauseous sitting here right now, but they do it with love in their eyes, in their soul, their energy. You can feel this. I'm not talking about psychiatrists and psychologists. I'm talking about nurses and doctors, right? I don't want to say standard medical practitioners because that's probably demeaning, but these are people that have no professional training whatsoever within mental wellness. But the way in which they approach their job has a direct correlation to that patient's mental wellness and psychological strength and capacity. It's these little tiny moments, and I can remember countless of them in real time. So while I can't possibly imagine needing anything else while I was at Walter Reed, I can't imagine needing anything else. I had every possible resource was dumped at me, actually to the point where it got annoying, really. Like, you guys don't stop coming in treating me. Like, wow, just like leave me alone for a minute. I cannot fathom there being a gap within my care. My challenge to the medical community at large is just realize that even in these small moments, while we are facing this new problem of survivability and the effect that that has psychologically on those that lived, you are creating a massive difference in their mental strength, their psychological wellness, regardless of what it is that you do. Every chance that you're bedside with that patient is a chance to build that armor and to rebuild that mental fortitude just a little bit more.
So I'm going to give a U.S. history lesson to answer your question, and I promise it won't be any more than 5 minutes. So, there's a time in the Civil War, right? You had an extremity injury and, you got some ether, someone held you down and your leg came off. And those were with muskets. Then you get to World War I, where you have all of a sudden the Tommy guns on the battlefield and you're pinned down. I mean, we've seen all the movies of World War I where people step out and then they're just obliterated. So the evacuation process is negligible. And if you get evacuated, your wound is infected and it's dirty. Anybody that does anything in the operating room, there's named Michael DeBakey. Michael DeBakey's got instruments named after him. He's got a heart center named after him. And he was a captain in the army in Europe. And he said that the only reasonable thing to do for someone with an extremity injury is to amputate. So these numbers that you quote from Michael DeBakey, who at the time was the thought leader, was there's nothing to do but amputate. And now we get through Vietnam where, as you said, the amputation rate is now 9%, right? So that clearly challenged the dogma. And that all comes from the military. So even the operations that we did back then, putting a vein in the leg to keep it alive would just pus out and you get amputation. That's why DeBakey said that. So all of a sudden we get to antibiotics on the battlefield. Sir, you're in Vietnam. How many helicopters are flying around the battlefield, right? The surgeons are closer now, right? They're in harm's way. And now you have all of that from Civil War to Afghanistan, whereas I could hear the firefight that he was going through. I'm waiting just mile, and I don't know how far you were. It seems like it was like 8 or 12 miles. I can't remember the distance now, but you see what I'm saying? So that's the technology. So now what happens is Ukraine, their drones flying overhead, dropping payloads. 2007, look down on the ground. Now you got to look up. So we're going to keep changing the battlefield, and people are going to keep coming home with injuries that they survived. But the mental stuff has never changed. Since World War I, we used to call it shell shock syndrome. We now call it PTSD. That is probably the biggest barrier to tackle. I think we're winning, pardon the phrase, the war on how to get people alive, and we'll figure out how to defeat drones. But we got to figure out how to get the mental health piece, how to make sure that people are whole. Not everyone has the resolve of these gentlemen, and I see it especially in the young soldiers now. But I think, yes, we're winning. I'm confident that we will win the medical side of the battle, but we got to figure out how to win the psychological side of the battle.
Yeah, the great question. It really kind of it brings a whole lot of thoughts as a sort of a Middle East history major in college. I first echo the medical advancements. War has been the revolution in our medical technologies. I mean, we have evolution in peacetime, we have revolution in wartime, and because there's no rules, there's no one worried about getting sued for malpractice. You just do what you need to do, and so the rest of the world benefits from there. And so, not maybe kind of a screwed up way to say there's a silver lining in sacrifice, but there is. I honestly I can say, I mean, what have we learned? There's limits to our power. We're the strongest nation on earth, but we went to countries that certainly weren't as developed as us, and there were limitations to our overt power. And so, maybe Iraq is going to looks like Iraq has definitely has a chance, but I mean, Afghanistan it's not a nation state. Those are Western boundaries that we've drawn around and labeled the nation, and they have no inclination as a nation. And so, in my opinion, it was a war that couldn't be won, or we would still be, or we could stay there into perpetuity. The cost of war. In our last, I can say comfortably, in the last 15 years, our nation buried the last benefactor from the Civil War, a Civil War dependent. And so what's the cost? None of us in this room will see the cost of the wars that you and I participated in. And so what is the cost? The cost is, to me, my family, and anybody that has a benefit that's tied to our sacrifice is part of that cost. I'd say, our politicians don't address that. The last time that our Congress declared war was World War II. We've gotten rid of a draft, when all volunteer force, they're even less accountable. Now, I am not, don't think the colonel's going off the deep end, but I'm just saying, we can't figure out the cost. We just need to make sure that when we do put men and women in harm's way, and we're prepared to make these sacrifices, that we understand, that we truly understand the cost. And I'm not sure we really do appreciate it in America. I mean, we're going to we're going to malls and living our lives in a pretty normal way right now. And there's a war going on in Ukraine. You just heard the Russian president says that he's backing out of nuclear treaties. I mean, that's a pretty serious big deal right now. He's desperate. Desperate people do desperate things. And we just got to be prepared, and we do. Our nation is prepared. Got soldiers like this gentleman here that, I mean, just we have the capacity. But it comes with great sacrifice. It comes with great resources, and you know, so I don't know. I don't think that I can even wrap my mind around the cost. As I just go back to one point, the point at which I was hit when I was wondering whether this price was worth it for those two young men that are no longer here. How am I to put a value on that? How am I to put a cost on that? I can't, and I won't.
Thank you. I'd like to follow up now. You have documented and mentioned the kinds of advances that we've seen in battlefield medicine and how these advances have shaped how we deal with disabled veterans. But then the advances have also exposed gaps in how we care for wounded veterans. In World War II, as you mentioned, we saw breakthroughs in how we treat infection, being able to conduct blood transfusions, being able to rapidly remove the wounded from the battlefield and get them to better care. But we didn't see corresponding advances in battlefield psychiatry or psychology until the Vietnam War. In fact, I might even argue a little bit about that we've seen many advances in the Vietnam War. So as one group of veterans return from war with physical injuries, their emotional and mental wounds are, let's say, being inadequately addressed and let's say variably being addressed. Some people, they're doing a good job, but we all, I'm guessing every one of us up here and those of you out here know what the suicide rate is in veterans. And what are some of the advances in how we approach trauma medicine that will lead to better care for battlefield wounded? But what are the existing gaps or shortfalls that still need to be addressed? And Dr. Wilson, this time I'd like to start with you.
Well, my story's obviously of the physical pain that goes along with the mental pain is not going to be similar to Nick and Greg's. But I will say this is one of the things I figured out for myself. I was in Balad during the height of the conflict. So you're coming out of Balad and going to Germany, or you're coming out of Bagram and going to Germany. Most of the time it was Balad. I was seeing every soldier for 4 months that came out of theater. So the injuries that they're talking about. And I came back home and I was dressed just like this. I was giving a talk, and every war, 10% are going to be children. So, you fire a missile at a base, it goes over, it obliterates, pulls off a kid's arm, leg, and does other god awful things. So I'm giving a talk, and I've gone through all the slides, I've gone through all the kinetics, and I see a little Iraqi girl that I took care of in Iraq, and she's got just vomit around her face, and she's severely burned. It was Ramadan. And I couldn't talk. And I stopped. And it was actually a psychologist who told me about the term PTSD. Because what I didn't know was all of a sudden the smell of the vomit, the heat of Iraq, the burned limbs, the eye probe not being on and the eye blown out. And I couldn't make everybody out in the crowd understand, I'm about to go have Starbucks. I'm wearing a suit and I'm talking about something that I really cannot make you feel.
Now, go back to March 2013. There was actually a nurse that wasn't going to fly him out. And fortunately, there were a couple of people in between me that intercepted me from her, if you know what I mean. Because it's like, I could not make her understand I can't lose somebody that I can save. And I've come home and recognized that is the same thing I see on the streets of Chicago. But at least on the veteran side, we have a way to label it and talk about it. There's access, there's slides that go up. But if you're on the south side of Chicago, the whole persona of being, a young Black male on the south side is not to be soft, not to show vulnerability, but we see it all the time. So it gets translated into anger with the nurses. And the nurses give them back not understanding. They give them back, I'll call security, I'll call the police. I am lucky because this is not necessarily getting to your question, but this is how I see the military, I'm going to change your question, helping. Because it's going to take guys like you coming back, you, sir, who's been to Vietnam, to say, I understand what you're going through, because by showing your vulnerabilities, it gives them a chance to be vulnerable, because all they know is being hard. Because I didn't even know, for someone who's in medicine, who didn't take a round, that I have PTSD. And I've learned, you drop a tray of instruments, that's incoming, that's a rocket hitting. So, but I've learned to work through it. But if you're a young guy, you're not initiated to the process, you don't know how to do that. So I think that is still the last big frontier, is a psychological point. That's with the caregivers. And I imagine if you're the wife and someone gets angry, it comes your way. But there's nobody there to help you, but you need someone to talk to. So that's the last frontier, I think, for me, when it comes to figuring out where I can figure out the injuries. You shoot a drone from over, drop a bomb from a drone, I can help you, but I can't figure out how to fix your head from a psychological standpoint.
Yeah, and I do want to get to this question. I will just add to what Doc said about the events on the day that I was wounded, and got to him and his team. And you had to supersede that decision to put me back on another helicopter to send me to Bagram, right? So I got to the location where Doc was at, and ultimately I needed to get to Bagram. I needed to get to a hospital, and a member of his staff there did not want to put me on that bird. And Doc came in hot. Okay, we'll just say that. Doc came in hot. All right. I was there, but I wasn't there enough to really appreciate what was happening around me. But I think there was some 4-letter words used. I think there was some language that was used. This isn't uncommon for us in the military. And you had to answer the mail on that after the fact, right? If he had not done that, I would be dead, period. All stop, without question. Another example, again, Doc took us off on a tangent. I would be quick because this is a story for this audience. When I first got to Walter Reed, again, I'm riddled with infection. At this point, my knee had been amputated up to my knee. I go straight into the intensive care unit, and the chief ortho there, Doc Deloran, who's now over in Germany, he's set to retire, still a great friend of mine. He's chief of ortho. He comes in to my room. My mother's there, my father's there, my sister's there. They're all garbed up. And he says, "Hey, Nick, I'm Doc Deloran. I'm the chief ortho here. Here's the situation. You have all of the bacteria in your leg right now, all of it. You might have some that we've actually never even heard of before. And any one of these things could actually kill you. It's a real problem. My staff, what they want to do is they want to take you down the hall right now, and they want to amputate your leg at your hip and just get rid of the problem and get you moving on with life." That was the right decision to make. That was the safe decision to make. His entire staff is standing outside my room, waiting to wheel me out of my room and amputate my leg at the hip disarticulation. And he says, "But you know what, man? I think I can save more of your leg. It's just going to be a knockdown street fight, and I need you in this fight with me." Now, I am whacked on ketamine and Dilaudid and morphine. I got pink leprechauns flying through my room. I barely know where I am. And I look up at him and I said, "All right, Doc, let's do that." And I can assure you, I had zero clue as to what he was saying to me other than, hey, dude, I'm about to go get into a street fight. You want to come? And I was like, yeah, let's go do that. And my point is, and while this is a funny story, is, you know, both of these gentlemen, one is sitting next to me right now, were willing to take a risk on what they felt was the right move to make. They were willing to extend their reputation, their careers in a lot of ways. So for one, I would be dead if that hadn't happened with Doc Wilson. And for two, if Doc Deloran hadn't done what he done, as much as I believe anything is truly possible, you know, hip disarticulation is an entirely different set of rules. It's an entirely different injury. The likelihood of me being able to go back into combat as a Green Beret is as close to impossible as it gets. So just the level of gratitude I have for those two gentlemen, as well as countless others, for the willingness to extend into the realm of potential failure, the willingness to take that risk and that gamble and seeing it through. Totally not your question, sir. I'm going to answer your question here right now. And I'll just say, yeah, you took us down this road. I said in my remarks, you know, I established a mission from the very beginning. And I do believe through and through that is what allowed me to remain focused even during some extraordinarily difficult times and adversity and failure and fear and self-doubt and the emotional roller coaster that I went on over the course of 2 years, from the time that I was wounded to the time that I was able to get back into action doing what I do. That sense of meaning, that sense of purpose, that attachment to something bigger than ourselves runs deep in our veins, those of us that put the uniform on. And without that, you're setting yourself up, or you are being set up for a potential catastrophe. So while we come forward with resources and methods of care and treating and tending for these individuals, you need to be really cautious about over victimizing them, about coddling them too much. And I'll say this because maybe you can't, or maybe you can't, that you are perpetuating the problem if you are over hampering these individuals. They need a sense of purpose to begin stacking on top of. And perhaps that is the best way to, at least initially or at some point early on, enable and best support that individual, helping them, guiding them, being alongside them as an asset and a teammate to navigate through this trauma and to find what that next mission is to latch onto, to give them some sense of purpose, to want to get up and start to do all the really difficult things that have to happen. I think that there's absolutely room within that space to create what could be a considerable impact within the PTSD and mental health space.
And I'll build a little bit off of what you said, but first, so your generation, look, we would not be where we are without your generation. You know, the Vietnam generation paid a price that many still pay today, and that generation said that it will never happen to us again. And so we stand on your shoulders. You know, this whole caregiver conversation begins because our leaders, they had the rehab facilities, right? Remember the rehab facilities, Pennsylvania, Denver. And our Congress said, look, after Vietnam, we don't want to get into these long counterinsurgency wars. These are not productive for a nation. It's not the kind of fight that we want to get in. And so we're not going to get in long wars. And because we're not going to get in long wars, we're going to get rid of these facilities. And guess what? We didn't get into one, we got into two at the same time. No rehab facilities. We're stacking up like cordwood at Walter Reed They're busting out at the seams. They don't know what to do with us, and they start slinging us on our families, our parents. And all of a sudden, they got to stop working and take care of us. That wasn't in the cards. We were unprepared as a government. We were unprepared as a nation for these two last wars that we spent 20 plus years in. We were not prepared. Now we've done a lot to make up for it. But understand that a lot of these things we were ill prepared. But I agree with my teammates up here, that it's about a mission. I didn't come as quickly to that whole mission. I was like, well, what is the mission? And they couldn't tell me. But guess what? I say, look, I was a soldier, I was a father, I was a husband. And the fact is that when I got blown up, that didn't change. I still was accountable to every single thing in my life that I was before I was wounded. And I thank God first. I thank my family, I thank my friends, I thank my teammates that gave me a chance to deal with this problem instead of paying the ultimate sacrifice. And so it's a blessing. But let me tell you this, every one of us, we struggle every day. Maybe we make it look too clean. I suspect that we are always just one step away from trouble. But I accept that. And every day I get up and I try to live my best life. My purpose, my mission is bigger than me. It's to serve my fellow man and woman. And I gotta say, on this idea of mental health and post-traumatic stress, that a big part of me being able to get through this has to do with my faith. I know that's not always the best thing to say, but as I said earlier, when I was on that ground, I said, God, I don't want to die here. That was my prayer. And what I had, even though I didn't know where I was going, I had peace. I said, God not only saved me, but he healed me. Because I had peace. I had not one bit of anger in my heart. You can put the man in front of me that blew me up and give me a pistol, and I had no inclination in my heart to strike back. So I was unencumbered. I was free. Even though I didn't know what I had in front of me, I didn't know what the journey and the struggle were going to be about. I went through 15 months of surgeries. I was free. And to this day, there's not anything that any man on this world can do to me. I live my life with that freedom. And that's been a big part of my journey. And that is I just felt it was appropriate to share that at this point. Maybe not.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. No, I think that one of the things that came out of the Vietnam War was the identification and delineation of post-traumatic stress disorder. What has come out of the post 9/11 wars that we were in that you mentioned is a recognition of moral injury. And we're still figuring out how to deal with that and who should and what should that look like. But you mentioned, though, the caregivers. And so my third question has to do with that. Caregivers are playing a vital role in the recovery process for our heroes. At one point, there were no supportive services for these individuals, and in many cases, the spouses, children, and other loved ones assumed these duties and placed their lives on hold. Can you please share with us your caregiver experience and journey from active service and as a veteran? And we'll start first of all with Nick and Greg.
Yeah, so I was fortunate for the year that I spent at Walter Reed. The first 6 months, my father was my NMA, an acronym for non-medical assistant. I'm not sure if that's a commonly understood acronym or term, but it's the non-doctor or nurse that is going to care for you. It's your caregiver. And my father was able to assume that role, took a hiatus from his job, and he was living with me when I was in inpatient status, literally in my hospital bed, these really uncomfortable fold down chair things that they put in there for us. And then lived with me once I moved into outpatient care on the Walter Reed compound for that 6 months. And he was paid to do that. And we didn't know that was a thing until maybe he had been there 3-4 months, and the administrative processes do what they do, and they back paid him all the way to the time that it was there. And we were both shocked, and he was shocked. And I can remember him feeling guilty about this when one of our tax came in and said, hey, like, fill out this paper and you're going to get paid XYZ. And he's like, I don't need to be paid to do this. What are you talking about? And they're like, no. Like, this is why this is here. This is here to support you and be something to live on while you've put your entire life on hold to be bedside with your son, in his case. And that's what this is here for. I just thought that was an amazing investment that we have decided to make, because those individuals, particularly in my case, being as dependent as I was for as long as I was, are essential aspects of that equation. So is there room to grow on that? I would argue yes, but I've lived through the fruits of that sort of investment, and certainly something that I'm grateful that we have.
Mark, that didn't, when I got wounded, that didn't exist. Yeah. So, and that was, and it was good. That's a great story, because it's, you see, in that case, our government reacted and realized that, there was a problem that was being created, because, the unintended consequences of, these long wars. So we're asking about the caregivers. So yeah, so I've been in the Army. Unlike Mark, how long were you in when you got wounded?
I only been in 2013, so 6 years.
6 years,
Yeah.
and so I'd been in 17. When I was wounded. And so, I mean, I had a family and 2 kids. My kids were 13 and 14. They get, so we're stationed at Fort Riley. So they get snatched out of school, all this before the school years ended. They don't really get to say goodbye to their friends. My wife's a teacher, and she's plucked out. She gets to Walter Reed before me. And so I share that because the trauma of that experience. I don't, again, being drugged up, they're bringing my family in the ICU. I don't recognize my daughter. Those are some pretty hard things for, for teenagers to kind of take. But I think what I want to leave you with in this case, I can look and say that we were a strong family because of, certainly because of my spouse. I mean, this is our, 4th 1-year deployment, in our family. And so they had gotten pretty used to it. And it was their unconditional love, I say, that allowed me the kind of freedom to recover. When these things happen to you, they undermine a whole lot of who you are. I can't underscore that enough. But Mark said it great. It wasn't a question of if, it was just how. We have a lot in common as athletes, as jocks, as football players, as folks that just had a legacy of sort of enduring through our lives, and I think that's a pretty common baseline between the two of us, even though we completely different experiences but with similar injuries. And that's my that's my point, is it doesn't really matter how you lost your leg. I've met civilians, I've met as many people that have lost their legs to trains as I think I've met people that have been blown up. I didn't know that. How do you get hit by a train? That's another question. But man, I've met a lot of people, trust me, that have been hit by trains and lost legs. Your leg is gone. Your limb is gone. Your life has changed. And so there's the decision. We have to decide, families have to decide. And I look at it as not as a blessing, but I've been able to make it a blessing. I've been able to appreciate how fragile life is, how every day, how tomorrow is not promised. And it's our obligation, my obligation, to make the most of every single day that I have, because one day I won't have a tomorrow. One day I won't have another day. But I'm not going to worry about that day. I'm going to make the most of this day. That's my mission, is to make the most of this day. This experience stripped all the varnish, all the pomp and circumstance, all the medals. It stripped me down to what's important in life. And that's just making the most of it. Everybody I come in contact with, every engagement that I have, being there, not looking over the horizon, not wondering what's next, but being where I'm at. Because at the end of the day, that's all I can do, is be where I'm at and be the best I can be. And after going through this, I said, this is where I'm going to stay. So that was my gift. I'm just going to be where I'm at. And if they want to fly me to the moon, then I'll go to the moon. But I'm not going to worry about that. And that's what I like to share with my fellow veterans and families, and just, whenever I get a chance.
Doc, is there anything you'd like to add about caregivers? No? Thank you. Well, for our last questions, we come to the end of our conversation and start fielding questions from the audience. I'd like you all to share your thoughts on the end of the war in Afghanistan. You're all veterans from this era, and the withdrawal was jarring for many who were there. What are your thoughts, and what's your advice to other Afghan veterans and the families of our fallen who've been experiencing a range of emotions over the last couple of years? We'll start with Colonel Gadsden.
Ooh, yeah, I was, there's a part of me that says this is like ripping the Band-Aid off. But quite honestly, I was very disappointed in how that, I didn't agree that we should have ever gone. again, my perspective again as from a Middle East history major was that it was not a war that we could win. It was the wrong decision to go. But like Colin Powell said, you own it. We own it. So we went. And so I think we should have stayed. And we certainly, I don't agree that it didn't leave a good taste in my mouth that we left the way we left. Do I know what the right answer is? I mean, I can tell you that I don't like the way we left, but I don't know what I don't know all the right way, because those things are they're very complex. Like Mark said, there's relationships in this complex, and I don't know, if there really is a better way we could have done it.
Advice for returning Afghan vets and how they're dealing with this?
Well, I think for us, we just have to talk about it. There's an Afghan that I'm still trying to help get out, named Nora Amin, and trying to work through the channels of getting them out. And so I say, turn, if you've got anger, if you've got energy, turn it to something positive. I mean, we can complain about it and feel bad about it, or we can do something about it. And my advice is to find some way of doing something about it.
My sophomore year of college, walking to class. Everyone's walking back towards the dorms, telling me class is canceled that day. I get back to my dorm, I turn on the television, the same thing's on every channel. And that's the towers in New York on fire. And I can remember in that moment watching my countrymen make a decision between burning alive in a building or jumping out of it. And while I was proud to be an American, don't come from a robust military family, but proud to be an American and filled with rage about what I was witnessing with my own eyes. It's really angry. That is, quite frankly, the reason why I ultimately decided to enter into military service. There were no contingencies based upon that. There were no stipulations based upon that. It was, I'm angry, people are going, and I can make a difference by being one of them. You're sending people, so okay, I'm one of them. Let's go. And regardless of the degree of patriotism in which service members feel at any point within the decision making to come in or stay, I know I speak on behalf of many of us when I say that that very rapidly transitions into those to your left and right. The reason why you're there, the reason why you go back, the reason why you train as hard as you do, the reason why you make all these sacrifices is about those people around you, really small unit. And that's what I chose and really had to remain focused on as we were getting ready to go back in Afghanistan for the fourth time. We're back into Iraq. We're back into the next mission, back into the next gunfight, back into this training operation that's going to be brutal. It was about those people. I had to narrow my focus down into something that was tangible and palpable to me. At no point in any of this, the reason why I came in, the reason why I stayed in, the reason why I went through all of the difficult things I needed to go through, both with two legs and with one, had nothing to do with strategy, geopolitics, or an outcome. It wasn't as if I walked into the recruiter station and says, I want to be a Green Beret, but only if we end this a certain way, or only if things are going to turn out in this manner. No, it was at no point was that part of it. was never rooted in an outcome. It was based solely on the fact that people are going, roger that. I'm good at this. I'm going to go and do it. I decided to become a Green Beret. And our motto is De Oppresso Liber, which means to free from oppression. As I sit here right now, am in relatively frequent contact with dozens and dozens and dozens of Afghans who are now living throughout the world, in Europe, in the States, raising their families, going to school, learning a new trade, providing value to their new communities. I have the opportunity to talk with these people. And it is those conversations, those relationships that I simply choose to focus on. When the emotion of how things played out, when the emotion of how things end, and believe me, I have my opinions on that, I just choose to say, you know what? While things are going backwards in a lot of sense, we did make differences. We did make not only a difference, but multiple differences. I know personally, these are people that I was there with that are now no longer there. They're somewhere else. And that would not have happened had we not gone in and did the work that we did. I am able and I'm fortunate to direct my focus deliberately on these small victories that I was fortunate to be a part of. And that just simply allows me to accept the reality of decisions that were made miles above my pay grade. But more importantly, it enables me to continue to do what I do as an active duty member of this United States military, armed forces, and as a Green Beret.
Hey, Mark, this, and you hit a point. We serve, look, all three of us, we took an oath to support and defend the Constitution. There's nothing about whether you like it or you agree with it. That's why this country works. And I did my job. We done our jobs. We served, we took care of our soldiers, and we executed our missions faithfully in the best we can. And I'm at peace. We should all be at peace at that. Those decisions that are above us and beyond us, you know, again, we can agree or disagree, but there's no energy that should be wasted on whether we agree or disagree with something that's beyond us.
So, you know, I'm what you would consider being the chaplain non-combatants, right? So, you know, I call it medical warfare. So, although Nick and I met in 2013, I would say my most violent and dangerous to my personal danger was 2011. You know, some of the people know that the gentleman who literally slept from me to you, he and I were friends, ate a rocket walking out the same door after being there for 5 weeks, and I'd been there for 5 months. But in the process of that, we figured out that we could put a kid on a mountain on an ECMO, a device that could take the blood out of his body, bring it back to him oxygenated. So we made some advances over there, and I did that mission with one of my great friends I met through the Army, who was in my wedding. I mean, and we did deployments in Iraq and Afghanistan together. And we ran a local national clinic at Salerno where we would go out in the villages again, you know, my limited time outside the wire. We would bring kids in who had thalassemia. So their spleens were the size of really like watermelons. So if you touch them and they crack, they're going to bleed and they're going to die. And the way they survived is they would take the treacherous journey into Pakistan to get blood transfusions and come back. And obviously there's no money to do that. We had women who had birth defects where they may have a colostomy because it went bad and no one knew how to fix it. So I took care of that stuff. Americans at home started sending shoes to the Afghans because I asked in droves. It showed the greatness of this nation, that when we come together, we can do these great things. So I have women behind veils who would see and I don't know how women can do this, but they would see a $200 shoe. And I didn't even have kids at the time, you know, and I was single, but it was a high-end shoe and they knew it and they would put it on. And I would tell you, well, you only get this shoe to the translator if you give me a smile. Now, what I'm told is that if I disrespect a woman like this in front of their father, uncle, they're going to kill me, take my head off, right? But because I'd taken care of them, we were all family, right? The Pashtun code. And they knew it was a joke. And she would take her veil off and she would smile and we would all laugh and then we get the shoes. So when I left and I'm watching the TV and these places have been overrun, like that was hard because I knew the people in those places. Joe, your dive instructor, we were the last ones in Herat. When the river dries up, they come across the river. One of the first places to go was Herat. So that became home to me. So like Nick said, it was not the people it's not about the geopolitical stuff. It was about the people left and right, like Joe. It was about the lady that I gave the shoes. It's the kids whose spleen I took out. It's like, well, wait, I want to go back and I want to do that again. And I felt like that was taken away from me. And it wasn't taken away from me at my level. It was taken away by advisors and people who were in the Pentagon. And I feel like you should have asked me what we should have done next. You know, I mean, that's how I felt like as a guy who goes there and wants to keep going there to help, I have no say in the matter. And I feel like it's still undone. But I also understand that these gentlemen have injuries from being there. So that's the other difficult thing. So I don't have the correct answer. But for me personally, I'm not done with it. I want to go back.
Seems like one of the lessons that as a country we haven't learned is exactly what I'm hearing here. As a Vietnamese interpreter, there were many days where I spent much more time with Vietnamese soldiers and civilians than I did with Americans. And when we pulled out of Vietnam, there was no question in my mind what was going to happen to my friends. And I was so damned angry that I couldn't even talk about it. And that's one of the things I'm hoping that if we do this again, we learn, bring your friends back with you. Don't leave no one left behind. So anyway, so now I'd like to open it up to the audience for questions, comments. So holding up an object there. Oh, it's a microphone. So you're going to bring it to people. Oh, good. So by the way, those of us here, we're all Army. Okay. And so dealing with Terrell has been a challenge because I don't know if you're aware of it, but in the Navy, if you say 2 sentences without an acronym, you get a fine. So it's, we've had a burden to carry.
Hi, I'm Vania Doss. I work at City Colleges. Happy to know Mr. Dr. Odom over there. Ex-wife of a Marine, served in Desert Storm. But my question is, and I don't compare, but I myself am a breast cancer survivor as well. And as I think for you, having all of these experiences and all of these wonderful stories that you shared about the people that cared for you when you got home, I know that for me, the biggest thing as I was going through was my 14-year-old daughter who was there witnessing me go through what I had to go through. And everyone that would come and say, hey, what can I do for you? One of the biggest things for me was, can you take her someplace? Can you take her out for pizza? Can you take her to a movie? So as you're going through it and you're getting care and people are caring for you, they are loving on you because it's about survival. What would you recommend to these powers that we teach people? Because I teach my students and I have a lot of opportunities to do that. What should we be teaching them about those people that are caring for them? What would you have liked to have seen for your family members that were helping you through? What would you have liked for someone to come in and offer them in order for them to be filled up again, to be able to support you?
Wow. Yeah, that's an amazing question. The first story that comes to mind, it's quick. I was just back from, I don't know, my 19th surgery. And as part of the Walter Reed, all of all of wellness approach. You meet with all of the different medical professionals, right? A lot of behavioral health and psychs and psychologists, which is great. So I meet regularly with the psychs that coming in. It's the same type of conversation. And I'm telling them the same answers the entire time. I'm going back to my team. I'm going back to combat over and over and over and over again. And at one point, I get wheeled out for surgery, and he comes in and he grabs my father and he says, "Hey, Dad, can we have a quick conversation?" He says, "Sure." He says, "Listen, I keep talking to Nick, and he keeps telling me about going back to his ODA and going back into gunfights. And I don't think he quite grasps the severity of his situation. And I just want you, as his primary caregiver here and his best friend in this world, to be prepared for when that light bulb switches on and things could very easily go nasty really, really fast." I think he's in this a sense of denial, lack of comprehension, and I want you prepared for that. And my father said, "Hey, Doc, listen, I appreciate it. Thank you for that. Obviously, I'll keep an eye out." But he knows his situation. He's aware of his operational environment. This is really just who he is. And so my father knows me and knew me then well enough to know that, I had set my sights on something, and he was alongside me to support me to do that. I think that by enabling our caregivers to understand the value of identifying that goal and then ways in which they can be part of that journey. How can they be an asset and a teammate in line with what that individual needs to do? And then also the one experiencing trauma that is going through the recovery, they need to want to get better themselves. They have to want it. This may answer your question in kind of an unusual way, but I think it's incredibly important. The expression, "you can lead a horse to water." Oftentimes you can't even lead a horse to water. Like, if a horse doesn't want to go to the water, you're not just going to drag that thing. It's 3,000 pounds, right? We can love our loved ones. We can make them laugh. We can put on their socks for them. We can do all these things, but we cannot make somebody want to get better themselves. That has to come from within. I was able to find that. I recognize that that's not always the case with everybody. But if I was in that position, and those that I talk to that are caring for someone that hasn't found that next purpose, that is struggling to identify what the mission is, oftentimes what I tell them is what I just said here. Like, give yourself a minute, give yourself a break, take some of the load off of your own shoulders. There's nothing you can do to demand or force that individual that you love to want to be better. I'm not suggesting give up on them. By all means, stay by their side, support them the way you're doing, but allow yourself to take some of the weight off. This is on them. This is their choice to decide this. So don't place too much pressure on yourself. Be an advocate, be a teammate. Help them find that next purpose, and then be a teammate alongside them as they work, keyword, as they work towards that solution. But you are not going to be able to control that individual to dig in and find that and do it for them.
I'm going to add on a little bit to what Nick said, because Nick and you and I think had really this kind of common experience, was that they wanted to shuffle us out. And I think what we have to do is, like, we're less than, and so therefore you need to go off and retire and be medically retired. And we're like, hell no, that's not what we're going to do. So I saw the system wanting to shuttle us out, which is sort of contradictory to you finding yourself saying, no, we're not getting rid of you. We're keeping you, teammate. Let me help you figure out how to do this. And then kind of going back to what I think addressing your initial question is this from, is that we're not treated we shouldn't be treated in the medical system as an individual, but as a family. You know, I tell people all the time, when I was wounded, my family's wounded because it changed all of our lives. It changed all of our lives. Now, I didn't ask anybody to take my kids and do something. What I said was, help me figure out how to take them to go do the things. We're going to live as a family and we're going to do these things. It's not if, it's how. And it's a holistic treatment that needs to be addressed, because as much as it changed my lifestyle, it changed my immediate family and really anybody that knows me, even my friends. I mean, you know, I say, this is how I roll. This is how I roll. You know, this is how it goes. So.
Is someone, you know, who's here in Chicago, you know, how do we support people is probably the best way I can answer your question is that you have to find you know, it says it takes a village to raise a child, you know, and it takes a village to heal an individual sometimes, you know. So for your daughter who at the age of 14 needed just what you described, please take her out. You know, that's the only recommendation I have is, you know, one of our staff recently, we had a young man who was shot in the heart. And I can tell you, see that little lady right there? She may be able to beat you in an arm wrestling contest. She's pretty tough. But you know, she can save people who are shot in the heart. And he's sick. And there's a picture I have of him hugging his girlfriend at a baseball game, at a basketball game. And I asked, hey, how'd you guys get that picture? And it was one of my staff went to the game with him and her girlfriend. And then the ticket was paid for by Dr. Rogers, who spoke earlier to go to the game. So it's not about his injury anymore. It's about having a team around him, which is his girlfriend, and by extension is the University of Chicago, and knowing that he can come in and be a part of it. So I think that's how you mitigate, you know, the strain and stress, finding for not only the injured person, but the people taking care of the injured person, support and understanding and acceptance.
So I think that's it. We've got come to the end of our time. Thank you all very much. Thank you all here for the stories. I was personally touched, and I'm sure everybody else was, and inspired by hearing your stories and how you have been on your road to recovery. And as you were talking, one of the things I was saying is that the serenity prayer, you know, help me accept the things that can't be changed and the courage to change the things that can. So, and the wisdom to know the difference. And that was very wise. But thank
Amen.
you. So, Terrell, do you have anything to say, or what's now?
Thank you. We became a Chicago firefighter for Engine Company 68. He died in the line of duty. So providing support and honoring those who protect us and who are victims of unfortunate incidents is personal to me. A little over a year ago, I attended Honoring the Hurt and the Heroes event hosted by the University of Chicago and their partners. I was able to see a screening of a documentary, The Weight of Honor. The speakers at the event and the screening of the documentary, the men and women who shared their stories on how trauma impacted their lives while performing duties and vocation, had an impact on me. It woke something up inside of me. We knew something had to be done. So plans were made to act and assist those who had given much. There's a passage that says, though one may be overpowered, two can defend themselves. A cord of 3 strands is not quickly broken. Well, I'm encouraged because we have several partners in this work and we will not be broken. The University of Chicago, the City Colleges of Chicago have been partnering for a while to address many serious issues. Research partnerships with UChicago Inclusive Economy Lab to support early academic momentum and holistic wraparound support, and working in collaboration with the U of C and the Cook County's Veterans Treatment Court. Both institutions stand at the ready to serve our community. I have young children, and I'm surprised by how much they've taught me. I find myself being fascinated by my children's ability to dream and play make-believe and manifest the things they want. And in turn, my children have taught me how to renew my dreams. It all starts in the mind, and I choose to do the work that turns my dreams into reality. That's the work that helps reduce or eliminate the things that keep us up at night, more specifically, trauma. Due to gun violence, I lost 2 cousins in the last 6 months. Dick Durbin mentioned this year alone, because of guns, nearly 4,000 people have been killed by homicide, suicide, and accidents. Trauma has no respect of person. Trauma does not care what color you are. Trauma does not care about your socioeconomic status. Trauma is the one thing that everyone gets a chance to experience, whether they know it or not. Today, we are here to support those who have answered the call to protect this country and serve and protect our city. Today, we are here to offer support to those who are recipients of unfortunate events. I'm so fortunate to be in the presence of partners who feel the same way, to be in the presence of men or women who agreed that something has to be done. There will come a time when we all will be asked, what have we done with the talents we received? We can answer now with a firm and steadfast resolution that we made a difference and helped others. Thank you to the City Colleges of Chicago, University of Chicago, Elizabeth Dole Foundation, the Gary Sinise Foundation, and all the partners who made this event, of course, possible. And a special thank you to the trauma surgeons at the University of Chicago who used their skills and talents to mitigate the effects of decades of hopelessness, social engineering, and urban conflict. Thank you. I just want to, in closing, thank you, gentlemen, for sharing, and as well as everyone for attending and participating. Be sure to be back tomorrow morning for day 2 of the symposium. We're going to have, of course, more discussions, as well as the impacts of trauma, as well as healthcare. Caregivers assistance. I'm going to have a demonstration. And we're also going to have some perspectives from the first responders, as well as violence recovery program, University of Chicago. And there's going to be a demonstration broadcast virtually, as well as that's going to cover home care, safety, first aid, and mental health awareness and overall. So thank you again for attending. Have a good rest of the day. Thank you.